Alright, I believe we're live now. What's going on, guys? What's going on, Zero? Mad early? Sorry if I delayed a little bit, too. I was like... I started jamming out for a second, and I got distracted. But I remembered, yep. I posted on YouTube, so I should probably go live at some point. I should probably actually press the button. But hey, happy Friday. Happy Friday, Zero. Hopefully you're doing good, man. Hopefully everything's good in your neck of the woods. Another day of Devon. I have no idea. There's a lot we can do. There's just a lot we don't have to do. I don't know. Kind of in a polishing kind of mood today. We can go in any kind of direction. The world is our oyster. I did a little bit of stuff off stream yesterday. Just minor tweaks. And then playing around with the art direction, and then stuff. But we still have to do some beefier implementations today. I might have to give some love to the we might have to give some love to the starting screen, the actual like base area. But I don't know. Maybe we'll keep polishing things and making the game feel better and better and better and better. I have a number of ideas for what to do. Let me go here. Let's close out of that. What's going on here? Yeah, we still have the assets from last time. Some big changes, not big, but noticeable changes. I ended up doing the pixel thing, where instead of it being super smooth, we instead have the effect being. Okay, if I can find where Unity is, there we go. No, the starting screen should be the starting screen forever. I mean, it's a nice screen, but we got things to do. We gotta make it look nice. We gotta make it actually look appropriate. But yeah, I did some changes to the textures and atmosphere and lighting to kind of make it feel more like you're actually, further up in the sky. And then if we pause, I'm not sure how much it's noticeable on stream, but here it's like it's pixelated. I'm not sure if you can tell it, if you can tell the difference, but we actually rounded the UV coordinates for this so that we can have an actual more pixely kind of look. If I want to exaggerate it, we can exaggerate it right now. Why not? What shader is this? Nope. Dot shader. Here we go. So yeah. So let's where is the interval? So we're rounding to an interval of 300, but we can just keep bumping it up, and you're gonna see some. Well, actually, I think the bigger we go, the less. And the smaller we go. Yeah, there you go. So you're gonna see some more squares kind of popping up. It's gonna look more squarish. We can keep going down to like. You don't even see it anymore. It's just like it's been rounded too much. Yeah, there. So yeah, that way it still feels kind of pixely. It doesn't feel super smooth. So it doesn't feel as jarringly smooth. I think I had it set to like 300 though. I think that's the limit where I was like, all right, this feels reasonable, but still like pixely. 10k feet altitude. Why not make it, what was it? Is it 30,000 feet is like cruising altitude for planes? For commercial airliners? Something like that? 40,000 feet? Either way. Yeah, we need to start giving some love to stuff. We also have to start making the UI actually presentable. Because as cool as this is, it's not great. It's not great. We need a little bit more. And then as we change the camera angle, We need to expand the culling area to be a bit further up, so that's another thing we need to do. That's not as big of a deal though. We also have to add the radial thing, so that there's like an actual when you press this, there's a cooldown timer that begins, and then you see the timer start like resetting there. So I need to figure that out. 30 to 40,000 feet for commercial, usually 8K for what's GA? General admission or something like that. What's going on, Jocko? It's good to see you, man. But yeah, more changes. As far as one little thing though, I just want to get this cleaned up already. So this is cool. I like this. This is cool. However, I don't like how it looks. That's as simple as it's gonna be. So I don't like that there's seams on there. So I'm gonna make it 512 by 512 pixels. That's not enough actually. This still is not seamless. So maybe I chose a bad resolution. Maybe I should make this like, I don't know, can I do 256 by 256? Will any of these work for me? No, none of these are gonna work for me. Okay, we're just gonna have to manually make this the size I dream of. 512, 512, paste it here, and then we're gonna have to chop it off to be like here. We need to make it smaller. What, 64 pixels smaller? Or I can just make the canvas be moved manually. Ever since I found that song, I don't watch anime anymore, but I used to be super into it. And one of the things I used to watch was A Restaurant to Another World. I think that's what it's called. And there's a song from that. Sounds really great. I even based one of my songs, like it's very similar to it, kind of. But yeah, it's been in my brain lately. Okay, so this should be seamless, and then we can save this. I'm gonna save this actually to my dev kit, because I think this is a generally just useful kind of texture to have across 3D assets. I'm gonna make a new folder called 2D assets. No. Okay. Dots. 512. I don't know. Dots 1. .png. Okay, we can go here and then modify the texture a little bit. Where is our canvas? I mean, I have to account for the fact that it's gonna get stretched, but you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta break a few eggs and make an omelet. Okay, there's one, and this is for, I don't know, dot back. Okay, let's go to front. Nope, not this, not this, not this, not this. I just want to select the texture. There we go. Okay, I'm assuming it's not going to work the way I want it to, but we're going to try it anyways. General aviation, gotcha. But some GA go up to 30,000. Oh, that's pretty nuts. That's the thing about pain. It demands to be felt. His inner accent. What inner accent? What inner accent do I got going on here? Yeah, now you see how it's stretched? So that's the issue. We're stretching this 512 by 512 image to be the same size as a 1920 by 1080 screen. So we just gotta change that, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. How do I want to change it? I can change it in the asset, or I can change it in the shader. The shader's gonna be more finagly because I have to get like the screen space, the screen size dimensions, and I've always kind of messed it up. But maybe this time it'll be different. I might have to pull out some pen and paper here, right? So it's like, all right, we have this texture that's like a 1 by 1, right? But then we might have a screen that's like 16 by 9, right? And we need to transform the UV coordinates so that instead of it being by this, where you're gonna end up having the X be stretched because it's being stretched to match this dimension, we instead need to contract it so that it's the same ratio as 16 to 1, or stretch the Y by that amount. So I think what we're gonna do, if I am permitted, is to do, how many times do we use the Y value? We use it quite a bit, don't we? Yeah, we use it, oh, we use the X here, we use the X here. And I forgot how you get the screen. Maybe we don't use it that much. We're using this for sampling the dot matrix, right? So actually, we have to do it here. We're sampling the thresh dot matrix round interval I dot UV times, yeah. So what we're gonna do, I don't know. Let's just do the basic thing first and then see where that goes. So we're gonna stretch the 9, the float. We have to make a new float 2. X is 1, and this is gonna be 16 divided by 9. And that made it worse. Fantastic. Fantastic. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Okay. So I guess opposite way then. My intuition was wrong. Hey, and that worked out. See, it just works. Now we can't just use this though. We need to get like the actual proper screen space resolution. So, or actually we don't. We need to get the rect. Oh, I have to pass. I don't want to pass in the rect. I don't want to communicate with anything in the CPU. I just want this to run. Screw it. We're not doing this. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. We're not going to do the correction here. We're just going to live life like Larry. I am just going to manually fix it here because that's who we are. We're a little sloppy, but it's okay. We're making a video game. We're not doing heart surgery. I can afford to be sloppy. And oh, this is gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me if I don't do it right, actually. It's gonna bother me. Oh, it's gonna bother me. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. Okay. Because it's not the resolution, it's the rect. So, and the rect might be a different size and scale than this. So we're just gonna do. I don't know. What are you talking about, Ramborgen? I said CPU. You kind of make one? You want to make what? Cozy, do you think a 3 to 4 phone would work? Probably. I mean, it'd be a rough way to play the game, but you can do it. On Steam when? I don't know. Probably on Android first. And from there, we'll see. When we're gonna get it done, I'm not sure. I wanted to do it in 30 days, but 30 days are getting close here, and we're just gonna. I don't know. I don't want to compromise on quality. At the same time, I still need to get something done. So maybe we start rushing. But then again, we're here right now, futzing around about doing this pause effect correctly. So I don't have to have seams. So who knows? What, are you streaming on Twitch? No, I'm not streaming on Twitch right now. Yeah, I haven't streamed on Twitch in a fat minute. Why, is everything fine on my channel on Twitch? Alright, I'm not, we're good. We're good. Yeah, I'm not touching Twitch. I got scared there for a second. I was like, did someone go live on my account or something? Okay. Where is... Because there's something that's going to have access to this, which is going to be the pause view. Yeah, you're going to have access to this stuff. And if I am correct, not only do we have the container, we should have the... yeah, it's going to have the, they're going to have the same... They should have like the same rect size delta. So I should be able to just do on start and then in these material slots no. Okay, what did I call you? Pause back and pause front. That's dumb. Okay, whatever. Set vector, and then I forgot what I called you. You are, I think just rect, right? Rect size. Something like that? Yeah, yeah, rect size. That's the same, right? Yeah. And then you're gonna be rect dot delta size delta. Do the same thing for front. And then we're gonna cache this. Cool, they're cached. I'm gonna print this out because I'm just curious as to what this value is. Because I kind of don't trust it. Rects are always finagly for me. I don't trust them at all. So I'm gonna be just outputting it. Okay, so we have these. They set the stuff. Cool, we can go back to our shader here. And then what we did before, which was modify this by rect size. I did 9 divided by, I mean, we're just gonna figure it out now. We're just I'm not even we're just gonna figure it out. We're not gonna think ahead, we're just gonna run it and then see if it works. When I started coding, like 15 years ago, I was in middle school. What's going on here? I found your Twitch through Newgrounds. Oh, that's funny, dude. Yeah, I haven't done Twitch in a minute. Now it needs a verified phone number for you to make an account. That's terrible. See, this is why I can't switch everything. We're gonna switch everything. I'm gonna switch. I need to switch everything. I'm gonna go. I have my own Cozy Kevin domains. I should just host it myself. Self-host it, self-host my own email service, self-host my own, use Kagi for Google searching instead of anything else. Becoming one of my favorite channels. Love the cozy vibes and how you talk us through the development process. Thanks for the content. Dude, I appreciate it, Timothy. Thank you, Timothy Connor. Much appreciated, man. Thanks for the kind words. I wish I had a domain. Just get a domain, dude. It's like $5 a month. You can do it, man. I believe in you. Or you can just like host it on your own computer and just have your, you know, just expose your IP to the world. What do we have? Your dot matrix. Oh yeah, you already saved it. So let's just see if the game is happy. Application, are we happy with what I've done today? Re-import, we're gonna run it, and either we're happy and life is good, or I'm not depressed, not sad, a little disappointed maybe, but we keep going. Alright, press the pause button. It's just straight lines, just beautiful straight lines. And the size delta is 0. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. These size deltas, I don't trust. They say I'm supposed to be using this in the documentation. It doesn't give me what I want. Or I guess in this case, maybe because we're doing stretch to fit, it's going to be zeros across everything. And that's why it's doing that. Instead of a hard... Maybe I should just use a screen space thing. Alright, 1 second. Let's Google. Or not Google. Let's Kaggle this. Let's go to Kaggle, guys. No, what do I want to do? HLSL get screen size. Yeah. Okay, help me out here. So the only built-in variables available from shaders are documented here. No! Documentation, why have you failed me? Screen params X and screen params Y. Okay, what are those things? What are the values there? What are the values here? Is it, first of all, is it also just specify that we're doing HLSL stuff? Built-in shader variables. This is not the version I want, nor do I want to go to the current version, but I'm assuming they're not going to change the definition of screen params. Here we go. Screen params. It's so bright. X is the width of the camera's target texture in pixels. Y is the height of the camera's target texture in pixels. Beautiful. Z is a 1. Wait. Z is 1 plus 1 divided by width, and W is 1. Okay, I'm not going to evaluate that. I'm just going to go off of what we know, which is the ratio. We're just going to go off of this, and we're going to see if we're happy. Mamma mia. We're not happy, but we're getting somewhere. Is that it? I'm not sure I'm much happier there either. Oh, I know why. Because screen. Yeah, we have to make a float 2 and multiply by that, where x is going to be, no, you're going to be 1. And here you're going to be screen params, no, x. Divided. And then here, instead of doing this, we're going to multiply instead by our screen correction value. And then hopefully, okay, maybe, I'm hoping we just flip these And life is good. Life is so good right now, dude. Oh my goodness, life is so good. I am so happy. These are too big though, so I'm gonna shrink it down a little bit more. So we have this general screen correction thing, and I'm gonna add another coefficient to it, which is making it be like, I don't know. Oh, that's too. We have to make it bigger. My bad. 3. There we go. Look at that. Is that not beautiful? Is that not beautiful, dude? Yeah, thank you, Zero. That's my take as well. No, I don't think that's. We're gonna say this as is. Or I'm gonna say this, and we're just gonna move forward from there. We're not gonna talk about AI in this stream. I'm not interested in talking about it. I don't like it, and this is not really a place to debate it. I'm just a guy making a video game, showing you the process, and just talking about my thought process. So that's the gist of it. I imagine there's a lot of other places in YouTube for that kind of thing. Here, we're just making video games. Just making some video games. And by golly, dude, I'm loving it. I'm loving. It's so. Why do I not use screen params more? Why have I not used this more, dog? It's like so. It's actually so good. We have to move this closer in so we can. That's another thing to modify, but that's whatever. Hey, what's going on, Terrell? Yo, Terrell, I need to hit you up. I have some idea. I have some more work for you. It's actually going to be in game as well. It doesn't require anything special from your part as far as like the technical side of, like as far as coordinating with me about how to handle the setup and everything. It's just straight up asset creation. So I'm gonna hit you up at some point, and we're gonna get some asset for this game. Done did. Heck yeah, dude. Alright, so let's do some more tweaking. I need to do something cool with the buttons as well, but we'll get there. We'll get there. One other thing I need to do is revise the coordinates. The UV wrapping for this cylinder space thing gets really distorted at the corners, and I think it's about how I'm calculating the theta values that we use for this. So I'm gonna I'm gonna investigate this and re-implement the function, or yoink the implementation I have on the CPU side in the C# world and bring it into HLSL, or swap out the implementation of it. Oh, that's another thing. I want to have like a thing where the player hits an obstacle, they're like in an invincibility mode for a little bit. So that's another thing we need to do, is suspend damage when the player gets hit for a certain amount of time. Cool. A few more things I want to adjust though before we get back into it. Let me go back to the pause view. Get rid of this. We're not using URX triggers. And we're going to be using, first of all, Salus the way I want it to be. Container buttons is pause, yeah. Do I not? Where's the constants? Why is this? Why? Okay, we just had an extra attribute there for some reason. Okay, here we go. Button off screen, cool. The centered one is too far away, so I'm gonna move it in a bit more. Maybe 300 pixels should be enough. Aside from that, though, what are you coding in? I'm coding in C#, HLSL for the GPU side of things, and just Rider. Like Dream League. Can you? I'm not really big into football, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I really don't know much about it. I know my first game on the PSP was a football game because that was the only thing that it came bundled with, and it was fun, but I didn't do much beyond that. Where else are you streaming? I'm streaming to YouTube. I'm just streaming to here, the vertical and the horizontal one. In 3 places? Why do you say 3 places? I'm in both YouTube chats, and he responds to things not in either of them. No, there's things in there. Maybe you're just not seeing them for some reason. And put a $70 price tag? No, this game is gonna be like $1.50. It's gonna be $1.50. That's probably that's around where I'm gonna price it. Yeah, you don't need this anymore. We don't need any of this, actually. We can get rid of... We're not setting these vectors anymore. We don't need to get the component, the rect transform component. And we don't need to get... I don't need these... Yeah, I don't need this anymore. That GPU property. Or shader uniform property. We have this looking the way we want it to. There's other things I need to do. But I'd rather implement stuff first before regenerating the project. So we're going to do a bunch of things at once. We're going to go to the player. And we're going to do the damage timeout thing. So... what are we going to do here? Probably have a const float. I might change it to be a variable thing depending on like the hull or something, or maybe some kind of ability, but stun timer. That's gonna be how much time you're gonna be in hit stun. I think you're gonna be like maybe a second. You're gonna be invincible. Hit stun is not a good word. Invincibility. Hit invincibility seconds. Cool. And then we're gonna have a private disposable. Okay, and this will be a timer for when the player gets, and we have to have one more thing too. Invincible. Did I spell this right? Invincibility. Okay. Invincibility. I'm hoping, I think that's spelled right. That's whatever. Anyways, let's go to on what? Receive damage. Yeah. So we're gonna do something here. We're gonna do a check to see if is invincible. We're gonna return. Otherwise, we're gonna do all this stuff here for receiving damage. We're also gonna start. We're gonna mark you as invincible for right now, and then we're gonna start a timer. From I don't know. Oh, do I need a UniRX thing? No, we're using UniRX. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Willis? You're crazy. Yeah, we're good. Okay, from... yeah, it's just timer. We're gonna use a time span from... we have seconds, but is it? Yeah, it takes up double value. Double value. Cool. Cool. Subscribe to activate this. Okay, and what are we gonna do? We're gonna say invincibility, or is invincible, equals false, and we're gonna dispose this timer. Dispose, and set it equal to null, in case I want to do some checks against it in the future, but that should be enough. So we say, hey, we're currently invincible, and we're going to set a timer where it's going to wait this duration of time, and then after that amount of time has passed, it's going to set this back to false and dispose of itself. Easy. And then from there, we just do the rest of the damage here. There's other things you probably want to do, like make the player be like half opacity or something, or do some coloration to indicate that, hey, you're invincible right now. But maybe we should. Maybe what are we using? FNF. What shader am I using? Sprite or FNF surface. I forgot what I called it. Character sprite. No. There's a shader here. I don't know what it's called. Is it just standard? Yeah, it is standard. Okay. You are unlit, or not only unlit, but yeah, you're opaque. So we need to make you a transparent shader instead. I forgot how you do that, if I'm gonna be real with you. I always forget how to do that. But I think you set it to render type transparent, or maybe transparent cutout. And you have to do like source alpha something. I don't know. Do I have a transparent? Shader. I always forget these magic words. Cozy, smart tile, transparent shader. Here we go. I have a shader I can reference for this. Okay, and what do we use? We use these tags. Render type transparent, cull off. Well, we're gonna keep culling, but Q transparent, render type transparent, cutout. Yep, and then yeah. Okay, cool. So we should be able to go to the player and set their alpha now. I forgot where. Here we go. This is, yeah, standard. Okay, cool. We can do this one here. So you're gonna go here. I want to get rid of this. Maybe I'll keep it here in case I want to return back to normal, but this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get rid of the culling off as well. We're gonna cull for sure. And that means we need to have some alpha, some kind of alpha value, independent of color. Default to 1. Where's our uniforms? They're below these constants. Here we go. And then this will be pretty straightforward. All we have to do is after we do our after we do this, we're gonna overwrite the float value for that simple. In principle, we're gonna find out right now if it's actually that simple. And nope, wrong thing. Where's your shader properties? You should probably cache it as well. I forget what it is. S alpha is going to be nope. You know what? I'm just going to do the thing I usually do. No, property to ID. There we go. Cool. So that's the cached value. And then Here we go. We're gonna set the material to the appropriate opacity. So render. I forget. Let me catch up in chat real quick. 1 second, guys. What's going on here? I'm hoping. I'm trying to get there, Kate. I'm trying to get there. Once I have a decent render I've done, I'll post a video. Let's go, dude. Let's go. For anyone unaware, this theme is called Grubbox. Yep, thank you. Host up. Yeah, I don't have Grubbox for the whole OS, but it's a really good theme. I like it a lot. What's going on in the SK? Fun optimizations. After I finish my render, I gotta go back and completely refactor it so I can optimize it. That's the fun of coding, right? It's just optimizing, making go burr. I'm gonna do that here. I think I might do the culling thing with burst instead. It's really like perfect for burst, and I think Android has support for it, so I should just do it. Nope. Okay, I don't know what my fields are here. Let's look through it. Do I have... We have the character sprites, we transform. So we have the sprite render. Okay, character renderer. That's what it's... And the hull, we have them as two separate things. Actually, there's going to be more of them as well. Okay, it's good to know, because we have to... Every time we have this update opacity, we have to modify the entire list of things there. That is important to know. I forgot the name. I forgot the thing already. Character renderer. Okay. Do you have access to material? No, we don't expose that, do we? That is not great. Maybe I should expose it. Yeah, because you have it cached here somewhere. I know that for a fact. And instead of getting this other component, I'd rather just... Do we cache the material at any given point? You're cached here. Target material. Which means you're being set at some point. So I might just change this to be like a property. Or it's like public. Do that, and then we can go back here and then expose this as well. Right. There we go. And again, do the same thing. Get private set. Actually, right, we're gonna do this. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. And then down here, yeah, we're gonna do alpha, and then set it to like 0.5 for now. Do the same thing for the vehicle. And then back in here, when we return it back to normal, we're gonna say, hey, you're gonna be back to 1. We should also dispose, that's not a big deal. Okay, I think we've done significant changes here. What? Well, wait, what? What? Wait, why is there a multiply compared? What? When did this happen? I don't. Okay, we're gonna go to Ranger, or not Ranger. We're gonna go get the diff. We're gonna get the diff because I don't know what happened there. So where's the player? Where's the player? Where's the player? That's animated material. Yeah, that's the CC sprite renderer. Yeah, we continue from there. Where's player? These are assets. That's the pause view. Where is the player? Come on. Oh, that's shader. Nope. That's the end of all the changes. Okay, let's go back up then. I've passed the player at some point. Oh, here it is. Okay, so invincibility timer. Okay. Okay, so it's supposed to be speed boost. See, kids, that's why we use Git. It's not just good for saving your progress. It's also nice to just compare what you did, because I legitimately did not remember what I did there and what that's supposed to be. So yeah, that's a little bit of a lifesaver. Okay, let's go back to here, re-import, see where that takes us. I use Rider Oak Plank. Yeah, thank you, Zero. What's going on, RM and CRNI? I never knew about timers with disposable. Honestly, I've never heard of disposable. So Loki, I'm using something called UniRX. It's a very helpful thing for dealing with event-driven design, as well as like asynchronous stuff. It's usually tied like it's a lot more powerful when you use it in tandem with UniRX, or no, Unitask. My bad, Unitask. But by itself, it's super handy because then you can just create these behaviors that are asynchronous without having to make a whole coroutine, and it just works in its own isolated way, and it's very handy. It's also a nice way to make sure that objects aren't, or like behaviors aren't happening beyond the lifetime you want them to. Like you can have them added to a game object, so this behavior dies alongside that component or some other condition. Or you can even take multiple of them and combine them into one, using something called a composite disposable, where you can have multiple of these guys, combine it to one thing, and then you can just add them to this whatever game object lifetime or component lifetime you want to have them be disposed with. Prevents a lot of bugs, and if there's any bugs that crop up, it's pretty easy to figure out and fix. So this compiled, I'm assuming. So let's press play, and when we get hit, we should be intangible for like a second, and I go invincible. Nice. I can nice. Okay, very good. Very good. So this is just working as advertised, I'm afraid. What was the other thing I was oh yeah, this is supposed to be much further up. It's not going into the depth I'd wish for it to. So we're gonna have to keep pushing this around and tweak the pause view. But this is quite nice. Little things. It's all about the little things. Here we go. So what is going on here? Button. This is for the button centering. What about the background target though? Because you're going to what? Resume value, pause value, 0.55. Size difference between them is 0.05 is a 5% difference. And are we using doing a lerp, background X position is the current one. And these are the target. Yeah, this is the target X value, so Yeah, what is that? I'm confused. I'm confused by this. Oh, because these are values, shader property values. So I'd want to make it more like 0.2. Yeah. I remember it. It's not tied to position. It's like the sliding value. Which X is kind of a bad misnomer for that. But whatever. Oh yeah, I see you're tripping. I'm just using good old-fashioned Unity right now. I know how well does C++ translate over. I think about picking it up sometime. It's great. I like it's if you're doing C++ or C, a lot of it's going to transfer over. I think the biggest thing that you're going to have to be aware of is going to be ooh, that's like way too close. But this is better. This is more along the lines of what I wanted. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to have this also be cut off in the side here. It's more work than it's worth maybe, but I kind of want that. Let's make this a little bit 3. Yeah, it translates over. The biggest thing about the biggest difference is that C# is going to make explicit decisions about. So in C or C++, there's not really a difference between structs and classes. In C#, there's a definite difference between classes and structs. Classes, in general, when you create them, you're heap allocated, and when you pass them in as arguments within a function, they're passed by reference. Whereas if you pass structs, in general, they're passed by value. And you're oftentimes dealing with copies of structs, unless you're using like a ref. Essentially, like, your ref is like, hey, you're using a pointer in C++. So there's that, and then there's unsafe C#, which is closer to C++. But then you have to be aware of things like using fixed to, because garbage collection, when you have, like in C++, you can like just do stuff in memory, right? Because where it's allocated is where it's going to stay, unless you have your own, you're doing some weird stuff. But in general, like where you allocate stuff in memory, it's going to stay the same way, or same place physically. But in C#, because there's a garbage collector, periodically the garbage collector is going to run and it's going to move memory around. So if you're trying to do, 1 second, I'm not sure how much you guys saw with my fingers before that cut out, but yeah, in C#, if you start doing like an operation on like a chunk of memory, there's a possibility of the garbage collector running and just moving it somewhere else. So you have to use like pinning to keep it from being moved by the GC. There's some little nuances like that, but a lot of it's going to transfer over. Even C stuff, the way I program stuff in C is kind of bleeding into how I design and organize stuff here. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm liking it. So what are we gonna do? I know we tied this to be to the pause menu, but I don't think I want to do that anymore. I think we're gonna have like a special developer mode thing to be like, hey, if you press this specific button, you're gonna see the state of the board. Let's see here. Yeah, here's where we do it. We set it to active based off of this message on resume and on pause. Yeah, these two right here. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Not anymore, at least. This is very verbose. I should make a thing to listen for on pause and on resume things, messages from the back end or the application in general. And it should just be like these lines condensed. Like it should be like FNF application dot on pause and then subscribe. But I don't know. what are we gonna do instead? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the developer mode thing, which is gonna be if you do on every update sorry. That's what I want to do. If what are we gonna do? We're gonna do key code key down VK. No, that's Game. I still have GameMaker stuck in my brain. I haven't touched GameMaker in like half a decade at this point. And I still do like VK up or down or ORDW or whatever. No, it's key code. And what are we gonna make it this? It's gonna be like you have to press shift, left shift, and P and well, we can't do this because you have to do frame perfect, have everything done at the same time. So we're probably gonna make this be like shift has to just be down generally, and we're gonna do shift P, maybe alt as well. I don't know. Do I want to do shift P alt? Does that do anything in the game or in my i3? I don't think so. So maybe that should be fine. I don't even know which alt this is because my keyboard is weird. I have both left and right alt in here. Okay, maybe we don't do alt. Just gonna do O. Whatever. We're gonna be gross about this. Who cares? I mean, I care, but I don't care enough. Get rid of all this. And it's gonna set, we're gonna do set active, the opposite of model state, game object. Active in hierarchy. Is there, like, I forget. How do you, there's active. But that's deprecated, it's saying. It's crossed out. Obsolete. There's active self. Okay. So we're gonna do the opposite of whatever the current activation state is. Cool. You have to hold shift, O, and then P to do this. And we're gonna keep this activated by default. Okay, let's see how this works. Simulator for Lua? No Lua. Nice. Now if I could do shift. Nice. I mean, it's gonna trigger the pause. So maybe I shouldn't have it mapped to O. Maybe I should, you know what I should do? I should map it to M, like map. Yeah, why didn't I just do that? That makes significantly more sense. Okay, come on. So shift M, we get to see the map. Very nice. Also on mobile, I need to have it where we have a pause button in the corner as well, so that I can actually access the pause menu without having to do some weird jank behavior. Cool, but this is much better. much better. And I'm not gonna lie, guys, a part of me really wants to have this like other diagonal, but I don't know. While we're doing this though, let me actually start dealing with the radial fill thing, which means you have to tackle having abilities be have the ability chips actually have cooldown and timing on them. So where do we go to? We have chips. Do we have things? Yeah, we have cooldown duration in seconds. So that's already defined. Perfect. And now it's a matter of communicating this. I might have to start breaking things into like little modules for the player. To be like, hey, this is everything responsible for abilities. That's gonna have to happen at some point because abilities are gonna grow into their own thing very quickly. So, how do we go about this? I say we go for a... No, that's music. Where's... This is all music stuff. Yeah, get out of here. Let's go back to the project. There's player. Nope. Where is the player actually? Where did I put them? Are you kidding? You're here? Oh, that's. I need to clean things up here. I need to. Oh, we're gonna clean up. We're gonna clean up. Player. No, we're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do this. Not this way. Yank him. Where's gameplay? Player. Yeah, we have even a thing here for player controller. Yeah, let's just organize stuff. So now the player CS goes in there. The player controller is also going to go in there. Cool. Okay, how do I let go of my selection? Well, let's delete these two. Yes. And then within here. Yeah, I don't know what I did here. I did something wrong. Not something wrong, but I just don't know how to stop selecting everything. Okay, that counts for something. They're like toggling between them. Also, why is the music here? Why did I put the music here? Oh, whoops, my bad. Right. Yep. Alright, we're just gonna go back. It's okay. Nothing happened. We're gonna get rid of player controller because I believe you have player controller here with us. Yeah, we do. So we can get rid of you. Cool. And then within here, we can have like a, I don't know, chips.cs. Cool, and we're gonna do something kind of nasty, which is have a partial class, but whatever, who cares? It's not something that's gonna scale like crazy. Thank you, Stuick. I appreciate it, man. What's going on here? Version from sometime around then. Yeah, thank you, Zero. Yeah, thanks, Akshat. Evo Josias is Linux. It's Ubuntu. Yeah, honestly, like, Zero, at this point, man, you're getting promoted, man. You've been on the ball, dude. I really appreciate it, dude. So this is what we're gonna do. Because I've been meaning to do this. Let's not ban you. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to ban you. Yeah, here you go. You have been knighted, my friend. Ultimate power. Huzzah. One second. Congratulations, Zero. You have been knighted. You're part of the council, the other council. Alright, anyways. So, what was I doing? Oh yeah, right. No, not static. Or maybe static, I don't know. I actually don't know. You know, there's some imperative state that I want to have tied to the player. So maybe we have like either do a partial class so we can add fields to the player. That can get unwieldy very quickly. Or we can have like the module approach where this is representing and it's going to contain the state within it. So it's going to contain like cooldown and whatnot. I don't know. For convenience sake, I almost feel like just doing player. But I don't know. I feel conflicted. But I think the conflict is not worth the time I'm spending on it, thinking about it. So we're just gonna do this. Everything related to handling these abilities are going to be moved to there. Yeah, we're just going to do that. Turn. Cool. Now there's things you have to add here. That's fine. And then, yeah, cool. Anything else that's required of me? Yeah, UniRX. Cool, and that should be everything. So now we can extend things into here. So like not only do we have this ability in progress, but we can also have like, I don't know. Maybe have a public get thing. Oh, that might be the way we go about it. Is ability chip in cool down. I don't like that's going to create like a bi-directional dependency between the player controller and the player, but yeah, whatever. It's one simple thing. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. So once you activate your chip, try activating the chip, and it's a valid chip that we're activating, and we do the stuff here. In fact, before we even do it, I think we're just gonna do it here, or maybe at the end. It doesn't really matter, honestly. We're gonna have a private disposable cool timer, and then here so you have to do another thing too, where if we attempt to do it, actually we don't even have to have a bidirectional thing, because we could just, we have to communicate it to the button. Yeah, ability, no, chip and cooldown and return, because we're not gonna let you activate the ability. And then we're gonna do dot observable dot timer time span from seconds, and then we're gonna use chip dot cooldown. That should be good. Hopefully, we're gonna find out right now. Okay, so when this happens, we're gonna say we're gonna dispose this for sure. And then we're gonna do, what we're gonna do is cooldown is gonna equal to false. So again, we wait for the duration of this. There might be an issue here, but I'll worry about that later. So we get to here. We say, yep, the chip is ready to be activated. Cool. We set a timer. First, we're going to set the chip to be in cooldown to true. Then we set a timer. It's going to wait for the amount of time that's defined in that chip. And if after that time has elapsed, we're going to set it to false. We're going to dispose the timer, and we're good to go. And then after we set the timer for cooldown, we begin actually executing the different effects we have here. So we have the dash, and we have the time stop. Very nice. Very, very nice. That should just work. The other thing I'd want to have that maybe a timer is going to be not good enough for is that we have to have some kind of progress bar for when you start the ability and when it eventually gets to completion. And keep in mind, this shouldn't be ticking while the game is paused. So when the game is paused, that shadow shall pause as well. So there's a bit to this, and we have to have some kind of normalized 0-1 value to indicate how close to fully done is this cooldown done. So we have to, so we can actually update the UI to reflect that. So I might do another boolean here. And what I might actually do is, instead of doing a timer, we're going to do an every update. And we're going to have a private thing here. Elapsed cooldown seconds. So we're gonna make this happen, execute every single frame instead of doing a timer. And we have a thing for is paused. That's convenient. So if paused, we're gonna return, we're not gonna do anything. Otherwise, we're gonna do elapsed cooldown time in seconds, time.delta time. No. delta time is the time elapsed in seconds from the last frame. And then if elapsed time is greater than or equal to our chip. No, stop. Cooldown time in seconds. So if we meet this threshold, then we do this. Otherwise, we keep trucking through this. Cool. Less intuitive than I would have, less simple than I would have imagined it, but this is kind of what you just need to do. And then we have to have cooldown. Progress is going to be equal to elapsed time in seconds divided by chip. Cool. So the current elapsed seconds divided by the total durations we're waiting for. This is unhappy because I don't know. Cooldown progress at cooldown progress. It's a Boolean. That's why. That's easy to fix. And now we're happy. Cool. That's simple enough. I don't like how verbose that is, but whatever. It's not a big deal. So, okay. I think this handles some of this. The last thing we need to do is like the front end representation of it, which is going to be done likely in the player controller. Before I jump into that though, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. My bad. Sure, it's lonely and horizontal. Yeah, it'd be like that. But horizontal is like the elite chat. It's a very particular set of people who end up in the horizontal chat. What's going on here? No, it's a CRT. It's a real bona fide CRT. She's real. He'll be streaming making my own Linux distro. No, I still need to get a. There's a lot of steps I need to do before I get to that level at some point. What's this dispose function do? So the dispose function at the end here. Let's go back to. Okay, this is getting a little claustrophobic, I think. That's fine, I can still navigate. So this dispose, so what we're doing here, right, is that we're just saying, hey, we're gonna do, I want you to start something that's gonna happen independent of this function. It's an observable that's gonna be running every single update. So basically we're creating this separate thing that's gonna be ran every single update, every single frame. Subscribe, this indicates what we're gonna do. This actually begins the action. And everything in here is happening every single frame. What we're doing when we do the dispose is, if you notice, we're setting this variable chip cooldown equals to this, right? So all this asynchronous behavior is stored into this. And this is called this is a iDisposable, where it doesn't actually have access. It's an interface. It doesn't have access to the underlying concrete thing. It's just a interface that has a single function that says dispose, and that's it, right? And when we call dispose on this, it's going to stop this behavior. So this will keep, if we just had this empty like this, if I were to have like this would just keep going infinitely until someone calls chip cooldown dot dispose, in which case it's going to kill this process. Or you might notice down here we have this dot add to. This will also dispose this behavior, kill it and stop it, when this game object gets destroyed. So that's what dispose is doing. Disposing is saying, hey, I want this behavior to stop. In this case, when the elapsed cooldown has surpassed the amount of time where either equals or surpasses the number of seconds we're supposed to be waiting for, then we're saying, hey, we're done waiting. Let's stop doing all this behavior. Ship and cooldown. You know, one thing I want to do is do chip. Progress equals 1. But yeah, that's the gist of it. If you're curious about this kind of thing, search up UniRX, or they have a new implementation called R3, which I still need to try out. But yeah. So going back to player controller, let's go actually back into Unity, because I need to check to see something here. We have this. First of all, the pause UI should cover the game view, so we have to switch the order of the UI canvases. Second of all, this chip activation button we have here. We're going to do an effect on this. We're going to have basically a image, maybe a UI raw texture, or raw image, yeah. It might have to be a sprite actually, now that I think about it. I might not be able to just use a raw image to do what I'm going to do. Let's make this a separate color to distinguish it. Cool. And yeah, it's not going to work, is it? It's not going to work. I have to use a sprite. Unless I want to make my own shader, that'd be fun. But I think I just would rather just do the thing. Use the tools that have been given to me. So UI sprite, or no, just an image, I believe is what we need. And then we have this image here. I can set it to a color of some sort. And then the cool thing is that they have a setting here, unless I've been lied to. Is it not image? Oh, maybe I didn't select. Maybe there's actually, it's not called image, it's called specifically sprite. Let me check. Maybe I'm just being dumb. No, there's raw image, there's text, there's image. Am I being bamboozled right now? Are they bamboozling me? Let's see here. There's a thing you can do where you can change. Do you have to assign a sprite? Maybe it's that. You have to assign a sprite. Yeah, okay, so we have a sprite assigned, and now we have an image type, and you can change it to be. There should be a radial thing. And with the radial option, you can have this image be. Okay, 1 second. Let me just do something real quick. You are going to be. Where's my mouse? I don't see it. Okay. You scared me for a second. You are going to be filled like this. You're going to stretch to match your surroundings. I'm going to choose a more obvious image than this. Oh, I guess I don't have any other. I guess I don't have any other proper sprites here. Okay, let's just go to texture. Yeah, we're just going to duplicate you, and you're going to be renamed to sprite. Your sacrifice will be remembered. Sprite 2D UI. I don't care. This is fine. Okay. I'm sorry. Are you alive? Okay, there it is. It's right here. Okay, so we have this there. Don't lie to me. I know I've done this before. Simple sliced. Yeah, filled radial 3D. And then you can change the fill amount. And now you have this. So we can have a timer that goes like, oh, you're not ready yet. And then bam, you're ready. See that? See how simple that is? How beautiful that is? So we need to have we'll have a proper thing at some point, but do I not even need a texture? Oh, I do need to have a sprite. Okay. It's not going to work unless I have a sprite. Okay, that's fine. So, I don't know. Let's go to the game controller, because I'm just going to put it with the player controller. Responsibility or solid principles be dinged. We have the knob, we have the knob, we have the base, we have the chip button. Let's make a header here. Cool. You have the image. And then the thing we're gonna have to do, maybe it's actually fine, is on every update, yeah, we have this. We're gonna have a thing to update the chip and cooldown. So if it's in cooldown, we're gonna say true. Actually, it's gonna be it's gonna be true. Otherwise, if it's not in cooldown, it's gonna be false. And then finally, we're gonna set the radial. I forgot what it's called, but there's a thing for it. I know it's here. Don't lie to me. Okay, this is where we Google, or actually, I can just go to Unity and see if there's a hint from the name. There's image type, pixels per unit. Wait. Here we go. Fill amount, that's what it's called. There you go. It's going to equal to player.instance.cooldown progress. And I'm assuming, yeah, it's normalized. Okay, cool. So this should just work, is what I'm hoping. This should just work. First time. I'm hoping for that. Let me assign the needed materials, and I think we should be just good to go. Write once. Have it work. First try. Nope. Where is the game view? Don't make me think I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. You're making me think I'm crazy, game. Why am I crazy? Oh, because I didn't make you serialized. Okay, just kidding. We already had a minor bug, but still a little bug. Simple thing. Come on. Okay, there we go. Boop. Yeah, you're still... Oh, because the player controller. That's not going to be there. It's going to be... We have a game view? Why don't I use that? Whatever. Well, we can worry about my bad architectural decisions later. Player controller. Yeah, here ya go. Here ya go. The cooldown image belongs here. Okay, we're just going to run it. We're going to be happy. Or very sad. We'll find out. I cast Glare of Odin. Wait, what's happening? Okay, so we're gonna hit the button. Okay, Well, it kind of happened. This kind of worked. Oh, we're not resetting it. Okay, so it worked the first time. It's because we didn't reset the value of elapsed time to 0. That's a simple fix. That's a super simple fix. Okay, it was a simple thing though. Like we had 99% of it though. That's gotta count for something. Cooldown in progress. I'm sorry, what? No, cooldown progress. Yeah, okay, we're good. So set this to 0. Set this to false. Okay, this should be the one. The winner chicken dinner. What's going on here? Famous words of every programmer. I mean, it worked the first time. The second time, and third and fourth and 100th time, not so much, but hey, maybe the player just wants to use this one feature of the game once. Nice. Oh my goodness, it's starting to feel like a game, dude. It's starting to feel like a game, dude. I'm gonna make this like semi-transparent so it's not as annoying. We're gonna have to actually add like images too for the ability. But hey, this is pretty cool. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Yeah, I still need to tweak this ability a little bit though. It's not as handy as you may imagine. We also have to expand the culling distance as well. But that's fine. That's an easy fix. That's just changing a number. Actually, let's save our changes first of all before do anything else. Make sure we have our progress. Yeah, we did a lot. Player reorg. Chip cooldown. Hit stun. And what else did we did? Oh yeah, and then pause adjustments. Get push Berg. Refactor time, baby. I should just be pushing the master at this point. I don't even care. I'm not even pretending like I'm doing any kind of feature stuff. Feature branches and like get flow is non-existent here, okay? Some people have like a git with branches and stuff. No, we have a git trunk. It's like a nice. It's not even a tree. It's not even a tree because trees have branches. It's like a git log. Just one solid straight line, baby. Thick as can be. Oh man. Trying to learn. It's all good, man. Out of the map. Like we have the oh yeah, that's another thing. We have the toggle for the map. Yeah, you're right. What's going on here? You've lost approval credit. I mean, I'm sorry. Do we have social? Not socialism. What's that? The social credit system from China. Do you have Sesame in chat? Oh man. You're just looking at game dev at Eve Cell. Is it just me or are coins just disappearing? Yeah, it's disappearing randomly. There's an issue with the culling. We're gonna deal with that at some point. At some point, we'll deal with that. But right now, that's just that's a problem we'll deal with later. I can barely remember my time in German class. Wait, what are you saying? Alright, anyways. I'm like, there's context there that I'm probably not getting because I need to read up in chat. While we're doing this, let's actually do some documentation, shall we? That sounds good. That'll be good for future me. I mean, this is kind of self-descriptive. If in cooldown, false otherwise. Okay, a normalized value indicating where 0 is start of cooldown and 1 is end of cooldown. Cool, simple, effective, I like it. And then, cool. So aside from the adjustments to the chips, abilities, we have like the basic stuff there, which makes me very happy actually that this is coming together as well as it is. What is the other thing we want to do? I'm going to adjust the player's time. Yeah, I'm going to adjust that real quick. Their hit stun time. That's in player controller, my bad. Okay, here we go. Maybe make it like a second and a half, maybe. That seems more reasonable in case you got stuck in the middle of like bad no world. You can still make it out. We have the alpha thing working. That's actually pretty cool. We'll probably have to make a thing for because we're gonna be setting alpha. There's gonna be a bunch of other things we have to set alpha on, not just that. Like we have to set alpha for the engine and the brakes, I think. So I should make a thing for set alpha. That way it's like all consolidated in one place. It's not a big deal, but I think it's gonna be handy. It's gonna make it easier when we do extend the amount of objects that need to have their alpha updated. Yoink these, go in here, go back to the usage of it, and then here, get rid of this. No. There we go. I think that's like the only place where we really do any alpha modification. And then we have to change this to be the value. Very nice. Okay, that's simple, easy, breezy. I should probably move it behind the update functions or the lifetime Unity functions. But it's like very simple. So I'm gonna just put it at the very back because it's very simple what it does, and it doesn't need to be closer to where all the magic stuff is happening. Okay, so let's take a gander at the game again, and then we're gonna see what is other glaring things that we need to take care of. There's a shell thing that's broken still. There's a shader issue that we've talked about where we're not mapping the coordinates correctly. That's another thing that we can do. I think part of this issue is from using ATAN or ASign. Actually, no, we're using ASign, but like we're not using it correctly. You can see how the textures are starting to warp towards the more we rotate up there. Well, I really want to do the hologram effect for. I want to change these star things to be actual traffic cones. So I'm gonna hit you up to do some modeling for this game for some enemies, but I might do something just placeholder for right now, just to get these working the way I want them to. Oh right, I also wanted to change the cull distance. Yeah, that's easy. If I want to be really fancy today, we can do the change to a burst job burst compile job for the culling logic, but I don't know. I think it might be just fine as is. The ROI for doing that is not going to be as big as I'd want it to be. Okay, so where's the constant set? We need to organize this better, but whatever. For right now, this is fine. This is in meters. So I think we're going to do 4 here. Because it's not really important what's behind the player as long as the illusion isn't broken. And we're going to be doing, I think, an extra 4 meters forward. That might be enough. Or maybe I should just commit to doing 40 meters. Come on. Recompile. What kind of game you're making? I'll show you in a second. We're going to test it right now. Chef's kiss. I'm glad you dig the resolution, man. Man of the people, yeah. Though I need to work on it because it's not the HD the actual clear version you're looking at isn't it should be a way higher frame rate, and it's because I have a cheap signal converter. I think I might try to change it at some point. So, or no, I don't think it's about the signal converter. This is due to something done with OBS and Linux. Yeah, the window capture thing. So I don't know. I have to figure it out because this should be a significantly higher frame rate for y'all. It looks much smoother for me than it does for you. That's the big thing. All right, so let's boost. And are we seeing objects pop in on screen, or is it off screen that we're seeing them pop in? They're still popping in. It's much less noticeable though. Like when we're going at full speed. So the illusion is being mostly preserved, which I'm glad. I think if I go to a more ultra wide resolution, like this one, maybe we'll notice more things popping in when they shouldn't be. Yeah. So we have to go for a few more meters forward, but that's not a big deal. We can do that. Maybe like 45 meters forward. Yeah, I mean it's a good 60 FPS, 60 hertz. It's good. It's pretty good. It works well for me. It's kind of funny because I have like a 144 hertz monitor right here, but it's just a side monitor. It's the one I neglect now. Cool. I'm not seeing any issues. This feels very... Maybe I have to do a little bit more. There's still some issues of things popping in, I think. Yeah, like right at the edge. So like we're still breaking the illusion that this is not being called. Let's do a few more meters. 48 meters. Stretch. Yeah, I do need to stretch. It's been what? An hour and 44? Wow, it's only been an hour and 44 minutes, and it feels like we've gotten so much freaking done today, dude. It's kind of nuts, actually. Now this feels very seamless. This feels very seamless. Also, I love the water texture. I think it added the colors we needed. I think I'm gonna add more layers of shells to this. Overdraw, be danged. Be damned. I might have to make the Y also wider as well, because the disappearing on the upper side is very noticeable. Ugh. You have to do particle effects when you break, So you can like see like, ooh, that's the where you would have gone if you were if you hadn't like done that. I need to make other pickups as well, but that's not crazy. We're gonna have to do we have to deal with hazards. That's the thing we need to do today, I think, is start work on the hazards. As much as I want to do more shader stuff and visual fixes, I think gameplay is a bit more important. Yeah, the invincibility thing is just helping so much with the like instant death by accident thing. We also have the thing where like it shows when you die, it doesn't bring you back instantly, but it goes like shows you your current score and then and how well you did, and then give you the option to try it again or go back. That's some state machine, like application state stuff. That's simple. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, game board manager, organize stuff. Get player entity. Is this still required? I don't think we need it actually. Yeah, sprite state. There's a bunch of things we need. Okay, we're gonna close a bunch of buffers and we're just gonna start a little fresh. Close all other tabs. The things that are gonna be relevant are gonna be the level generators. Yeah. Thank you, Cat Nipperus. I'm glad you did the setup, man. How you're organizing code and systems and the like, only to hear you talk about how you need a better organization. It's good to know that a problem never ends. Yeah, and it's also like an imaginary problem. Like, aside from allocation and cache coherency, like that stuff aside, a lot of code organization stuff is much more... It becomes more of a problem if you're interfacing with other people. But for me personally, since I'm writing all this and I'm the only person working on this, yeah, do I see things that are bad? Yeah. At the same time, I know everything about it, so it's fine. I think it becomes an issue when you start having communication. Like, when this is... when the code architecture is meant to communicate responsibilities and these boundaries and stuff, in which case you want it to be very clear so that the communication cost between you and another person is much smaller. It's an issue for me in the future for maintainability reasons when I come back, but for right now it's a very low priority thing. You can always massage code to a better structure, I mean, usually. In this case, in a smaller code base, with someone who actually has full knowledge of the entire thing, then yeah, I could totally do that. If it's a bigger code base that's like occupying a longer amount of time, then that becomes much more of an issue. Then you start encountering Conway's nightmare. Is it Conway? Wait. Am I thinking of the right thing? Conway's Law. Yeah, I think so. Conway's Nightmare. Yeah, I think this is... Get out of here. Okay, now it's AI. Oh my goodness. I think it's probably just an image. Casey Murray has a great video about it. I'd advise looking at that, but... Yeah, no matter what though, even if it's not a big deal here, it still kind of bothers me to do things like this way. But hey. That's life, right? All hazards? What? Oh. Generates a level map. where every cell is a hazard. Yeah. Okay, cool. I want to do something. I need to change the generator and have it be for coins. I want to have coins be placed more in lines when possible. And it'll be kind of cool if the coins actually follow the path of the space you've generated. I need to think how we're going to do that. The ways I'm thinking about doing it are not going to do that. They're going to be very much I could do like a normal distribution probability thing so that the range is favored for center parts of the line. They're more likely to appear in the center. But then it's not going to incentivize. I think having maybe this is actually fine because it gives you more variability to like explore the different sides of the shape. Maybe this is actually fine. Vim. Actually, do I have a to-do thing already here somewhere? Yeah, we do. Okay, let me close this one. So we have these, we have the level transitions, we have... Actually, I want to have a nice transition too between scenes, but we'll deal with that later. Off-screen indicators. This is actually done. It actually looks good. Shifts on absolute values rather than 0, 1. I need to do that still, actually. We haven't done that. Design decisions, what is the goal of flight? Get faster. It's just to get more coins and then have some goals. Everything's gonna be coin. This is a very... This is a very capitalistic system we have going on here. Actually, not really. It's more like a Skinner box type thing. It's all games are Skinner box type things. Yeah, this is a thing we need to deal with. That's actually kind of high priority. But I don't wanna. I don't wanna. I'd rather just make some pickups. We have one for coins. You can make another one for HP. Another one for brakes. And we have like it's like a simple thing to do that as well because we only have one pickup class where everything's gonna be centralized into. So it's a matter of just swapping out the sprite for something else. Set sprite render. So what we just need to have a few other ones, something like that. Oh, brother. Which switches do I use? I use KT Strawberries. I like them a lot. Actually, I want to do a stream where because it's about time for me to do a relubing of these switches. So I think I want to do a stream where we do like a keyboard maintenance day. It's gonna be kind of maybe not the most interesting of things, but hey, I think it might be a relaxing thing. I don't know. Yeah, because I have these for a while. I like cleaning my keyboard keys periodically. I might want to get some new switches too, because these are starting to wear out, but... Or not switches, new keycaps, but... I don't know, this is still pretty cool for me. And then I also have a Gatoron... I also have Gatoron switches in here. So there's some switches that are the linear, but then there's some that are kind of important that I give the Gatoron key switches to. So they have that extra thocky like sound. So like, oh my goodness, I'm not sure if you can hear the difference, but there's one where it does that. I don't know. So there's this one. Sounds very different. KT Gatoron. Not sure if it's the most obvious sound difference. It feels very different though. I can tell you that much. So you have a sprite binder for the coin sprite. So we have these. Or maybe these are like everything that's needed for. Yeah, maybe that's actually. Maybe this is not the way I should organize it. I'd rather have all the coin stuff here together. I could make a serializable struct with all this information so we can just have it be, but yeah, whatever. We're gonna have an audio day to produce some of the sound effects for the events here. I've been relying on the sound effects I made for the first game, but we're gonna have to start. We're gonna have to start doing something different. We're gonna have to start actually making some new ones, so that's a thing we need to do. Yeah, this is actually, yeah, there we go. Cool. I think we're good across this. Coin, health, and brakes. And I think that's the most we're gonna do. What kind of gator on? I forgot, honestly. They're a green one. Using Grubbox. No, I'm using Unity Engine. How's your day? My day's been alright. It's been going good. Yeah, week work has been a thing. It's been maybe not the best, but it's been going. And just been very tired lately. But I will say I'm very happy with this. This guitar has been it came in clutch. It's like the perfect time for me to have this. I can just chill and practice playing again and practice doing some productions. I don't know, man. It's been a bit of, I don't know, man. A lot of my week's been just working and then sleeping and then sleeping. I slept like over 12 hours yesterday, like 14 or something. I don't know, something ridiculous. I need to get back to the gym. Aside from that, it's been pretty good though, man. It's been pretty good. I'm waiting for the heat to start coming back for spring. It's been so cold here. I'm just ready for the warmth. See if I'm in pickup. We have this. Oh, these are messages we're publishing, isn't it? Yeah, these are messages. We should actually make this be. Let's make it clear that we're doing messages. And then it's going to indicate the value that we add. I'm new here. How you making? Thank you, dude. Yeah, the game I'm making right now. I'll show you some gameplay. Come on. Here we go. We're getting closer to production though. I'm like very happy about that because it means there's gonna be less technical things I have to worry about and more just asset creation. Yeah, this is the general vibe, man. This is the general thing we got going on. Why is the pause not pausing? 1 second. That's not good. Oh. The container should be unpaused. There we go. Now it should work now.
Yeah, mostly self-taught. I didn't go to college for this, but I really didn't. I really learned very little of actual application. As far as this craft is concerned, this craft. Okay, save. Yeah, I think I did most of my learning on actually at work, at the jobs I had. I think the most valuable thing, because I started as a computer science degree, a major, and then I switched to IT, and I think I got more of value from the IT track than computer science. I mean, there's some cool, like, there's important stuff you learn, like event time and stuff like that, but like so much of, like, you can know the topics, but until you actually apply it, you don't know it. Does that make sense? Like, you can take a class about OOP, but until you learn, like, why people, like, until you actually encounter a scenario where you see the utility of the stuff, then it's like, all right, now you understand it. If you without that, it's just abstract. It's just a factoid, you know, right? And you can't speak intelligibly about it. Dude, this feels so freaking cool. I kind of want to have this zoom in. Like, once this pauses, we zoom in onto the player. But that might be, like, distracting, actually. Now that I think about it. It might be actually disorienting. Yeah, but I learned a lot in college. Not from, there's some of those major stuff from class, right? The things I mentioned, like learning. SQL is super important for me. That's how I got my first job. But, a lot of what I learned was actually from people, not even in my program. There are people in the game dev program, and like just going to game jams, talking to them, just being friends. You'll be surprised how much you learn by osmosis from just being surrounded by people who are very knowledgeable about this kind of stuff. Yeah, we need to make this UI look prettier though. This is like kind of garbage. It'd be kind of cool to have like a 3D if like something here. I don't know. I need to do some sketching. Oh, okay, we just ran into that. Okay. Yeah, let's just do this. Let me grab, I believe I have some assets here. Or if not, I can just make some new ones. Or is now the time to actually make assets? Can I do this? Can I do a null? Yeah, I can, actually. I can actually have the logic hooked up at the very least. Health mat, coin mat. Okay, so we have this. What is the thing called? There's coin sprite, health sprite. Okay. I'm assuming I have the old spelling. No. Do I just simply not have a sprite for breaks? No, it's break sprite. What are you talking about, Willis? What are you talking about?
Oh, break sprite, not breaks sprite. Okay, that's easy. So you have this, you have this, you have this. You send these message broker things with the value that you have assigned. Okay, that seems reasonable to me. Cool, and then within our level generator, we can maybe change this from being coins to instead be like place entity, and it's gonna do a random roulette like value range. I mean, we have to have a shifting value range thing here so that we can have multiple cascades. So like there's gonna be like a probability for I don't know. I need to think about how we're gonna place enemies, but that's another. Actually, this should all just happen here. Because before we do anything, we should actually just. Because we're doing redundant calculations, because there's gonna be some calculations where it's just we do it, but then it's a hazard, so we just return. So we have to have. We have a value from 0 to 100, and we're using a 10% value. Oh yeah, I want to have a probability table. That's the thing I was thinking of. That's what I want to do. Like, have this take in a table of, yeah, because we have entity types, right? So we can have this stuff coincide with indexes into this. So for every single entity type, like this is gonna be 0, 1, etc., etc. And you can use this to index into that probability table to find its corresponding value, right? So we can have like a thing here where not only do we take this, but we take in like a float array. Okay. And then we can do like an iteration for it. So we're gonna have a float like sum equals 0. You're gonna iterate through let's say okay, so we're going to iterate through this range. We're going to get the current range for entity probabilities. This is assuming that we have like the correct range for entities that are going to map properly. So we're going to do sum plus equals this. And then once we do sum plus equals that, we're gonna check to see if like if it's within our value range. So if value is less than sum. So in this case, if sum, the first entry is gonna be 10, right? And then we're gonna check to see is value less than 10, and if it is, then we're gonna say, okay, cool. We break from here. We're gonna set our entity type to create, and we're going to cast this integer, this I index, into to this enum value. And then from here, we're going to have a variety of gonna have a switch case statement to handle all the different probabilities. Type to create. We're gonna populate this. So in the cases of coin, we're gonna say, okay, we're gonna create a coin at this coordinates. And then for, let's say, health pickup, we can do the same thing. In fact, for every single entity type, we can just create the thing for that. You can make like a single line version of this, honestly. I know we're doing this initializer thing, but this can get very verbose very quickly, and I think this should be just simple. Yeah, we have a constructor. It's assuming everything's alive that you create. I can always change that though to be is alive. If I really want to be extra cautious, because then I could just change this to what it takes: type, position, and then that. Yeah. Then it just becomes a constructor at this point. Kind of becomes a single liner. You can barely read it, but it's a single liner, and we can just keep adding stuff to it, and it's gonna be fine. Am I doing all this to avoid having a... Yeah, yes I am. I can just get rid of this default constructor. You know what the default value, you know what it's gonna be. You know what? You know what? I know this is more readable. I get it. I like how this looks. I like it. However, I could just do... and then type to create, and this would work basically the same, except for the fact that we don't create it, because it's backed by a vector 2, aren't you? Yes, you are backed by a vector 2. Okay, there's a reason I did it like this, because then I don't have to do new and then this. But that's just a one-time thing, unless like there's specific scenarios where I don't want to do that, or there's something specific I want to do for coins or whatever. But if that's not the case, I could just collapse literally everything into this like one mega statement, and then anything I don't want to deal with, I can, like part pickup, maybe that's not implemented, so I don't want to do anything with that. Or hazard, we're not going to place hazards arbitrarily, so we're not going to do anything with that. Yeah, like that's how we handle this. So these cases result in just this. We create an entity. Like, it's not glamorous, but it works. And now it's just a matter of, do you have a return type? No, you don't. There's no return type here. Okay, cool. So we're just good. We're just gravy, baby. And then we can have a thing for enemies too. There's gonna be specific cases for enemies, but we'll deal with that when we deal with that. Cool. That just means that we have to actually populate this with a entity, like a probability table for entities, which that's another thing I have to deal with. And how I want to go about it, I don't know. I think we're gonna keep it very simple, stupid. Simple, stupid, simple. Stupid, simple is the name of the game. That's what I want to do. Simple, stupid. So this we're calling PathGen. PathGen is gonna have to have a new parameter that is a float array called entity probabilities. That's simply how the cookie's gonna crumble. And you are the second parameter. Yeah. Okay. Simple enough. That means now Game Board has the responsibility to supply this with that array that we're requesting. And what I'm going to do is we have this level assets thing that we're working with here. And we can have levels also contain this probability table, and we just assign things there. I have to do some reflection to kind of get like some C# reflection stuff to have the names of the entities appear in the order I want them to. But I believe that should be fine. Or maybe I just hard code it and that's just another thing we have to maintain. Either way, it's not the end of the world, honestly. Where do we have our chunk generator? Here we go, current random selection. We have, yeah, we select the level from here. And it's a list of weighted probabilities for level assets. Perfect. And then we have a level asset here. Cool. This is defining everything that's like about the level, right? So it defines the name of the level, how many, the different visuals are going to be displayed in the background, and then the music for the level. So I think in tandem with this, we can just have simply a float array, call it entity probabilities. And we have to make a note for ourselves. The values of enum map to the indices of this value, of this array. So that's just a thing. That's just a thing we have to be aware of now. I hate how this is spelled like indices when I want to spell it indices. It makes me very mad. I almost want to just start deforming this English privately just to be like, this is how we're going to spell things from now on, but whatever. A Windows game is going to be a mobile game. Maybe on Windows eventually. Let's call it Jackson. A demo anywhere? Yeah, I need to record some stuff. I need to post. I haven't posted the dev update to Discord in a while. I'm sorry about that, guys, but I should probably do that so you guys can see everything that's been going on and have video that we can easily release or reference for the future. Let's go on Gig Squad. How's the game coming along, Jay Looney? It's coming along. You're getting more into like implementing the remaining features and doing some we're getting closer to production. We're gonna have to worry less about implementing features and more just creating content, and that's a fun place to be in. I'm probably gonna have to do some coding like for enemies or anything unique, but it's gonna be very minimal coding. It's gonna be very not deep level stuff. We're not defining like some foundational architecture. We're just working within it and extending it, and that's usually very easy comparatively. We should have a thing too where like when you enter the stage, it shows like the name of it and then your best time on it. Let's see. Demo the game. I would like to. I've broken it though. That's a thing we've done. But let me see. Let me see if I can repair it real quick. To a point where it mostly works. The thing is that I don't know. For me to understand what I'm setting the probabilities for, I'm probably gonna have to make a custom inspector. Or I can just do like a Can I make a text area? No, it's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to like cross-reference this. Whatever. Let's just look at the... This should be easy. I only have one value to set for right now. Unless like other things are gonna break. Yeah, I think if we don't set the probabilities for anything else, it should be fine actually. So where is the level asset that we're going to be working with? So we have this level 1. We should probably make a name for it, but haven't thought that far. We have our entity probabilities. How many entities do we have defined here? Here we go. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 entities. Cool. And the only one we care about is the first one, which is actually very nice, because then I can just do 6 and then set a probability of like 10% for coins to drop. I believe that's what I did last time. So hopefully this just works the same way and we're dandy. One second. Okay, things have critically gone wrong because every single square is coins, so that's not great. Things have gone critically wrong. I'm making a game balkan. That's all I'm doing. I can't even click this button. Why is the radio thing broken? Okay, things have gone wrong. Things have gone wrong here. Assertions are failing. Where is the assertion failing at? Bool. Yeah, because we're reaching the limits of what's allocated for this. Yeah, okay, that's a reasonable thing to fail. Well, that's not great. That's not great at all. Let me look at the level generator real quick. No, that's a board. Okay. So what did we go wrong? We iterate from the first index. We add to sum. We check to see if sum value is less than sum. If it is, then we do type. We set the type to create and then break out of the loop. Okay, that seems reasonable to me. You have sum set to this. For everything else, we do nothing. Yeah, I'm a little perplexed. This seems like it should work the way I have it in mind. The only way that would be not the case is if that asset was not saved. But I'm fairly certain this is saved. And the value of 10 should be fine. Let me check the diff real quick just to make sure I'm not crazy. So yeah, we set these to be explicit. 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know it does it, but I just like to be safe and secure. If we go down to here, yeah, if value is greater than 10. Oh, we have it flipped. It should be if value is greater than or equal to. Okay, that's likely what the issue was. I flipped it. So hopefully, maybe it's just that simple. Is that actually what I want? Is this gonna do what I want it to do? Also, even then, what I should care about is if the value is less than or equal to see, that's not gonna work because it's gonna be like a cascading thing. What I'm trying to see if his value is within a certain value range for each entity type, which is why I'm having it do less than sum. Because if it's less than sum, then we can just end early, but then we continue iterate until we get to whatever segment contains value. Like, I know the conditional should be that, but in my mind this makes sense. What's going on? What's going on, Millen? Hey, what's going on, Pumpkin? What's going on here, guys? Do you perhaps hear the flibbity jibbity jabber? I don't know what you're talking about, Melon. Oh, brother. I'm using C# Player Live. Yeah, thank you, Zero. Enter L, appreciate it. So, I feel like I'm right. I feel like so justified and convinced that I am correct here. And it's not me that's crazy, but it's the world that's crazy. That's how it feels like. But everyone knows the computer is always correct. So I'm just doing something wrong. And the way I'm thinking about this is just incorrect. So maybe we just need to like draw it in order for me to like understand. Because like here's my thought process, right? Here's my thought process. Here's the thought process. So we're generating a value that's going to be anywhere between 0 and 100. So far, so good. It could be anywhere here, right? And then for every entity, let's say we have like the coins, and then we have, I don't know, the health pickup, whatever. They have a value of like, this one's like 10%, right? So it's going to be somewhere around here. And then health pickup is going to be somewhere like, I don't know, let's say 10 as well. That's chunky, the chunky 10s. It's more closer to almost like 20 or something, but whatever. Anyways, so you have a value that goes from when we do iterate through, we're going to iterate through the first element, and it's going to be 0 to, we're going to add 10 to some, right? And then this is going to be 20 over here. So, there's a probability of this, right? And the way I'm thinking about it is if the value is within this section here, that means you want to spawn a coin. So if value v is less than 10, that's for sure, like it's gonna be coin, we early return, we do that, right? Which is why I'm doing if sum is less than, or value is less than sum. Is that what I'm doing? Yeah, is value less than sum. Cool. Otherwise, let's say values is like 15. So it's gonna be somewhere here. Well, we already checked this iteration, so we know value can't be in this segment. So when we get to here and we find that, oh, value is less than 20, then we're like, we know for a fact that, okay, we should actually create this health pickup. And alternatively, if value is like 75 or something, we go through here, nothing happens. Go through here, value is not less than 20, and then we continue to whatever number of entities. And if they're all 0, then sum is always going to be less than value, and nothing should happen here. Nothing should happen. And that's how I'm handling this probability table. That's how we're doing it. And that's the way we have it implemented here. The only difference is, oh, we have a type, we have a default to default, 0 to coin. So if we go through this and nothing happens, we're still saying, hey, we should create a coin. That's not good. Let's make a negative value, a purposely invalid value, and cast it to E entity type. Okay, that was the case. Why are you being mad at me? Why are you backed by an unsigned value? Name is not valid at this point. Public enum. I can't cast you. I can't cast this integer, this negative value integer, into this enum. Okay, I have to put a parenthesis around it. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, I thought I was doing like some kind of math expression. Okay, so now when we hit nothing and we go to type to cast to create, we have these cases, and it's like, all right, if it's 0, 1, 2, or 3, we're gonna do this. Otherwise, you know, if it's whatever this 5, I think 5, we're gonna do this. Otherwise, you go here. Before, the default value was 0, which was coin, which was going through here and creating a coin entity. But now that it's -1, it's not going to match any of these values. It's going to go through here without creating anything, and it's going to be fine. Okay, so I was right. It was the way, the default value. And I'm pretty sure once we go back to Unity and press play, we're not going to have a wall of coin. I believe so. I think we should be gravy. Come on. Yes. Yes. So that was the problem. I was right. My probability table was correct. I don't know why we can't press the speed button, but okay. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but we'll fix that later. This is very nice. I'm actually very happy. I think this is a raycast target, which is blocking this. That's probably why. Which makes sense, except for the fact that... Oh, wait. No, it's not. Okay. I think it's not deactivated initially, but once you press pause, it does do it. Interesting. Okay, cool. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Okay, so our probability table actually just straight up works the way I had envisioned. I just had to use a better default value. Heck yeah, let's freaking freaking go, man. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. All right. So we say we have the thing working. We have the thing actually happening now. We have a probability table. It's working good. Life is happy. Life is good. Let's save our progress real quick. And then I want to do a custom editor thing. So I can just... I should just call it P tables. That's what we did in statistics. Probability tables for entity generation. Cool. Let me check the Discord. I have the audio turned off, so I'm not getting the things. Oh, people have been on people join the Discord. Nice to meet you. Oh my goodness. Welcome aboard, Kuvi. Glad to have you. What's up, Yo, Kwookie, and Inkrith. Glad to have you guys in the Discord. Welcome. All right, let's see here. Yeah, glad to have you, Cookie. Yeah, so the reason I'm looking at the Discord is because usually when I have it on, notifications on, you get commit messages there, and it's kind of this nice dopamine thing where when I push a commit, I hear like a little message that's like, hey, you did the thing. Progress got pushed. Let me find it. Yeah, get updates. Look at that. It just feels good, man. It just feels... It's like, yes. Something's happening. Alright, anyways. Oh, let me make sure this is muted as well for right now. I'll be sure to check in. Alright. Anyways... Let's save this. So, I need to start making some decisions about this entity thing. We need to start adding some new ones. So, we have like just general hazards. We have part pickups. These are things that are, whatever. What we need to have as well now is start having obstacles and enemies. So, we have a thing for lasers. Free doesn't really matter as far as its position, so we can extend it here continuously. So we have like a gunship, I think, maybe, and then the laser stuff. I might separate them into specific things, but I think these are going to be the general entities we have. So gunship and laser. That's the two ideas I had. One thing that's going to be just shooting projectiles at the player periodically. Another thing that's going to be, like these lasers are going to be moving around. So you have to actually like navigate around it. I might have to make some different variations on it, but that's the general idea. We need to implement those. These are not going to be... I mean, I can make an object pool, but it's not going to be that crazy. It's not going to be like the other stuff where it's a high instance count. It's going to be something that's very chill and tame. And they're going to have specific responsibilities here. Or they're going to have like be spawned in a very particular way. That way that we're going to do it, I don't know. Because this just says, hey, we have to have this entity there, but the way it's represented, it's going to be handled in the game board manager. Over here. All the way down here. And this is kind of a cluster. I might even separate this out. Yeah, I might actually do that. Yeah, place object on board. Pull object. You're called here. Create entity. Yeah, so here's the big function that creates entities. So you have the coin pickup stuff, health pickup. There's actually quite a lot to do here. I should really, I might just separate this out into its own thing. Like either make static utility functions for this or no, but then there's things that like, it needs references to. Something like that though. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. 1 second. Kooky. Good night. I hope to catch another live. This has been fun to watch and learn. Join the Discord for more closely follow you. Thank you, Kooky. Hope you have a good one. Thanks for watching. And wherever you do next, man, I hope for the best. Whether it be resting, sleeping, chilling, or heading out for the day to get your day started. Whatever it is, I hope for the best. And what's going on over here? What's with the banana? What banana? Alright, seems like we're chilling. Alright, 1 second, guys. I'm gonna get some snacks. I need to snack a little bit. I'm feeling a little peckish. We've been at this for what, 2 hours and 40, almost 3 hours straight. Got a lot done. Got a lot done with this, so I'm gonna grab some snacks real quick, and then we'll get back to debbing on this. Let's go to. One second, let me do this. There we go. It seems so. It's kind of funny how little this. It's just. I'm so used to having a bunch of text here. Oh well. And while that goes, I'm gonna put some music in the background. All right, be right back. 1 second. Alright, by snack, it's not really a snack. It's rather actually leftover Chipotle. Because, I'm a grown boy. I need some protein. Alright, 1 second. Let me use this as a bathroom and then we're good to go. 1 sec. All right, we're back. You can treat this like an office hours while I munch for a second. I'm not gonna eat in the mic. We're not that kind of ASMR. We're not that kind of ASMR channel. I just need some fuel. I have a bad habit of just like running myself ragged with streams, and I'm just like not destroyed, but like there's streams where I stream for like 5 hours and haven't eaten, and I've ran out of water halfway through, and I'm just like exhausted physically and mentally. We're gonna try not to do that, so I'm gonna take a little second, eat some food. You can ask me questions. I'm gonna be much more receptive to chat now, and then we're gonna continue on. Let me find another song. What's a Restaurant to Another World song? I don't even remember the name of it. Yeah, this one. Bone App the Teeth, guys. Bone App the Teeth. Little refill myself. Yeah, you guys, get some food. Treat yourself. Take care of yourself. You need to take care of yourself, guys. I'm kind of a workaholic. Actually, not even a workaholic, but rather like, and it's something I'm working on. I used to be much better with, but I've kind of gotten worse at it recently. But I tie a lot of my self-worth in like the work I do and being proficient at it. And when I fail to do that, it's kind of a big mental toll on me. And it's not good. And I used to be very good with that, where I was like, I don't even have to be a programmer. But I don't know, recently it's kind of crept up on me again. I'm trying my hardest not to talk eating the mic. So yeah, I'm taking some measures to not stress. Better work-life cutoff. Whatever it is. It's important, man. Good morning, Arcalax. Ackerlax. Good morning. I was bored on YouTube showed me this and I somehow clicked. I don't know why. Well, I appreciate you hanging out here, man. What's going on, Ogie? You know the exact name? Is that the name of the song? I can't say goodbye to yesterday. Carla White. Who's Carla White? Cook stir-fry pork. Nice. We should have like a food channel. You guys should just post the food you've made or eaten right now. It's Munch O'Clock. I don't care if it's a bag of Cheez-Its or some 5-star dining. What's going on, Spigoat? RC. You're catching us during our lunch, our little lunch time / dinner time for me. Our little refueling time, if you will, before we get back into coding. 1 second. Trust me, I'm trying my hardest not to chew in the mic. 1 second. I'm updating the title of this. That's more accurate now. Yes, the name is Ferrari, written by Alice Gass. Alright, I'm gonna change the song. It repeats a little too much. I mean, I like it a lot. I'm fine with it, but I know it can get on people's... Do you guys have any like songs similar to this? That are just very kind of, I don't know. Cozy, I guess is the term I'd say. I can't think of anything that quite has its same vibe or feel. I could always bust out the Mega Man X soundtrack. It's almost noon for you? Oh yeah, food time, man. Get some food. No, it's 12 at night for me. And I have my dinner right now. Yeah, I'm glad you dig the CRT item, Dave. MGS2 song. What's the MGS2 song? Which MGS2 song? Chill song. Let's say this. Twilight Sniping. Carla White. I'm not seeing who's Carla White? The second time I mentioned that. American jazz singer. Oh, jazz vocalist. Oh, I see it. Can't Say Goodbye to Yesterday. Hopefully it's not copyrighted. Probably is, but. Oh, dude, this is the music for us to be like I should have a glass of wine here, a candle. I have a candle right there. I should light one right now. This is turning from like a little refuel thing to like a actual bona fide I don't know, dinner date with Cozy. A cozy dinner date. Oh man, I love Metal Gear Solid, man. But I think vocals always go straight to Snake Eater, but this is good too. This is very good. Alright, I'm gonna put this down a little bit. More in the background. What's going on? At the end of MGS2, gotcha. After they kill Solidus. And Raven's all confused. Welcome back, Zero. I thought it was Thursday. No, it's Friday, man. It's Friday, dog. Oh yeah, today's Valentine's. Oh yeah, happy Valentine's Day. Everyone, happy Valentine's Day. For all the, I mean, I'm a single guy as well, man. So for all the lonely hearts out there, man, shout out to you fellas. Let's go, boys. This Valentine's Day is for the boys. For the fellas. Oh, that's great. Bro, have you built the game? Still working on it, Draco. Still working on the game. I'm single. Well, yeah, hey, cheers. Hey, here's a cheers to everyone who's single in chat. Cheers. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of scared I was gonna break this. I was being very ginger. I know it's glass, it's actually very strong, but I'd rather not. To that keyboard, it takes like a week or two. The keyboard is actually not that hard to get used to. Vim Motion's a bit more involved. But the keyboard actually wasn't that bad. Keyboard is just like reworking where things are. Vim is like a whole different way of thinking about life. That's a different Draco? Oh. The other one. Oh, I'm sorry, let me not into the mic. My bad. Okay.
I feel like we're close to done. So we can get back to work soon. I should eat a little bit more, but I'm already thinking about what to do next. Some code reorganization. Some implementation of the hazards I want to eventually get some proper models for. But I think it'd be good to get it working first, and then we can model it. See if any of this stuff is fun. We have to make some bullets too. So that's another thing we need to do. What's going on here? Oh my goodness, there's 2 Jocos. I can't tell who's who. Dr. Gerald Robotnik made that Jocko. Yeah, happy, let's go, Bakugo. Happy Valentine's Day for the singles. Let's go. Dedicated? How much RAM do you have? I have a lot of dedicated WAM. I have 64 gigs. I'm so mad at myself for not going for the full 128 gigs. I was like thinking about it. I was like, that seems a little extreme. I don't need it. And then all this stuff happened. I was like, I should have gone for it. I should have gone for it. I could have been like a doomsday PC prepper. What I really need is like a new CPU at this point. But I don't really need it. Mine's still fine. It's more than adequate for the job. Well, I'm eating some Chipotle. Some leftover Chipotle from earlier today. I don't want to waste it, so this is what I have here. My sister ate all the chips because when I go to Chipotle, now I have to get something for my sister. And if I don't, she eats my chips. It's a tax. It's a tax. So she ate my chips. So I'm eating these blue ones. I like the purple ones, but I don't know. Chipotle chips hit a little different. Do you have an external job? Yeah, I have a day job. The Pickman. This is a hobby. It's for fun. I'd like to make it eventually a full-time thing. I think that'd be kind of cool. But I don't know. I also have reservations about doing that. Cozy sister confirmed. Oh no. Oh no. This is going into the documents. It's going to the Cozy dossier. Okay, I think we're almost done. Well, I think for now I've had my fill. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this... Oh, I should turn on my work computer so I can put it on top of it. Oh, 1 second. That's a little... I just turn on my work computer just so it can get hot and I can heat up this food there. I've done it. I like legit. My work computer is right there, and we like the things we do are very GPU intensive. So I was like, I can just rest stuff on it and it gets hot. Like I've done that with food before. Anyways, I do some little cleanup here because I don't like having schmutz on my desk. And now there's a little. Let me get some paper towels and then we're gonna get into working. Okay, that was a good song that was coming up, though. I love this song. I was like playing it with my niece.
It's a good song, man. Gosh. Oh, let me close the mic board and then we're gonna get started. Do you have water? Yeah, I have water. All right. All right. Sorry, guys. Let's do it now. Let's do it for real. The Cozy Wiki. wiki.cozycabingames.com. Wait, I have the domain for cozycabingames.com. Can I literally just put a wiki in front of it? Oh, man. I did yesterday with frozen peanut butter sandwich. That's great. I have like Smuckers. Oh, I have a Smuckers sandwich. A Uncrustables. I should just use it, man. I should get some. Oh, I can't do that? No. I mean, it'll be like a one-page thing. It's like, hey, make a subdomain, Cozy. So cozycabingames.wiki.com or .com/wiki. I don't know. I think the appeal of Wiki is that I don't have to maintain it. Someone else does. I mean, there's also the problem of like, yeah, but then they could be like, yeah, dude, did you know that Cozy actually hates iguanas and goes on hunting trips to Florida where he grabs them and then ties their tails together and then spins them around like nunchucks at the local kindergartens? And then, I mean, that wouldn't be that crazy. That's just Florida man behavior. And I know. You become Masahiro Sakurai. Oh yeah, do you guys remember that? Okay, 1 second. Small detail. They gotta have fixed it, but there was that time, if you guys don't remember, when if you Googled, then you go to google.com, not Kagi. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Kagi's probably not gonna do it, but Masahiro Sakurai. There's a time where you didn't get this. You'd get the you'd get this. You'd get this. Oh, that's Masahiro Sakurai. That'd be the first thing you'd get on Google. It was great. And it was like that for a while too. Like I remember forgetting about it and coming back and seeing that. Let's see if it's still the case. Let's go to google.com. So far no dice. No. Darn it. I can't believe they've done this. I can't believe they've done this. I don't even know how they did this, man. It's just good stuff. The alter ego, the persona. Oh my goodness, Persona 3. Disturbing the peace. Okay, so we're doing something right. Get the model generator. I think I'm gonna make a new thing for this. Model generation, model update, player, .metadata, props, resources, timer. Okay, so there's we can just go super organizational dude mode and have a thing for the game board. Make your game board, and then we can move the board chunk manager, the buffer utilities, a chunk preset. We can yoink these into game board. And then we can select. Yeah, I don't know how to deselect everything in Ranger. In fact, let's just Google that, because that's enough of a problem that I need to actually just. Actually. To deselect in Ranger. There's gotta be a simple key thing. What is that? I can't read it. Is that UV? U and V, okay. So what? I just do UV? Oh, look at that. Now we know. And we've copied these into game board. Or chunk manager, buffer utilities, and chunk preset. Yeah, so we can just delete these bad boys. Yes. Cool. Level assets. Model generation, yep. And model update job. Oh, I was thinking about making a job, wasn't I? Oh, how cute of me. I was thinking about making a job. Maybe I might still do that, honestly, but we will see. Cool. And now we can go to game board and we can do entity creation.cs. Cool. Now we can go into here and then go into entity creation. Again, might make it a partial class, I don't know, or just make it a static. Oh, there's something to do here. So these are a bunch of utilities for creating entities. I might have to make it a partial class, but we'll see. Maybe I could just pass everything as references, but let's clean up, place object on board. That's for sure going to be moved around a little bit. Actually, let's do create entity. Okay, cool. There's things that need to be added, but that's fine. This needs to be a static thing. What imperative references do you have here? Okay, object pooling module, that's a thing. It seems to be the only thing that's really required. And then radius. And then place object on board, okay. So that's simple enough, though. We just have to create the entity, pass in the radius that's currently set, and object pooling module. And this actually might be just fine. Cool, we're good there. That's not a specific pool, it's pooling. Yeah, so that's gonna be pretty straightforward. And then we have this other function we need, which is place object on a board. That's another thing. And it's a static thing as well, so it's even better. You can just place it. Maybe there's maybe some issues with this function. That might be causing some of it. Nope. Import Unity Engine Vector 2. Thank you. And then just get position on grid. I'm not sure if you're used anywhere though, if I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna keep you, but I don't think that's the case. Let me catch up real quick. What's going on here? Step 1, locate your nearest stream. My entire task for tomorrow shall be figuring out how that even works. What works exactly, Jocko? Making a Wikipedia page, a fandom page, and possible. Oh, this is Joshin, but I appreciate if you do that. Though don't work yourself too hard with that. What's going on, Joe? Yeah, it's technical today. What? Hello, bro. What's going on, man? How we doing, dude? Okay, we're passing radius. Oh, we have the sign table thing. That's another thing we need to do. That's more straightforward, but yeah, another thing that should not really be tied here. There's actually a lot of stuff we're doing here that just don't really need to be. Like we have, this is game board manager, yeah. We have these constants here. We have this sign table that gets built. That's for fast lookup. You know what? I'm gonna make a separate thing. I'm just. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna make a separate thing. This is used mostly for the game board, so I think I'm gonna just keep it here then. Maybe just call it like a trig table. Sign cost table is more accurate for what it's representing though. Yeah, that can be like a static thing. And it's for sure going to be a static thing. No. Something felt weird in one of these keys. Yeah, what's going on here? Oh, whoops. Okay, maybe I'm just going crazy. Maybe I'm just imagining stuff. Anyways. Okay, we're just moving stuff around. We're just massaging some code around here. Nothing too crazy. This is the more relaxing side of things. Why does this feel laggy? Do I still have this running? Yeah, I do have that running. Shouldn't impact it that much, but still. I guess it's something that's running. Oh, what's going on here? Sup, what I miss? No, just we had a little lunchtime, a little dinner, a little romantic Valentine's Day supper. I was like refueled a little bit before getting back into coding. No, just reach out. You can always, we have the Discord. You can reach out to me through there. And there's also a bunch of people. There's a directory of people who are very knowledgeable about different things too. Like we have like the gym leader system in our Discord. So there's a bunch of people who are knowledgeable about different fields or even different parts of programming that you can reach out to. But yeah, there's also like a section there where you can reach out to me directly. At the left side and kept going up and down to dodge. Did he make the character move ahead and back? Yeah, the character moves front and back. There's a few other things. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that's not really, I don't really feel comfortable giving out personal contact information, so the only way it can be reached out is through, like, Discord or other socials, like Instagram or whatnot. That is so meta zero. Making a wiki article about how to make a wiki article. That is, that is meta. Actually super meta. What else do you need? And then it's, I think it's like yeah, we have this. Creation. Yeah, I need to change this like term or something. Like it's like entity utilities or something. Yeah, we have const here, and then we have like the. This feels very redundant, but whatever, it's fine for right now. I should actually make some unit tests for this. I should actually start looking into actually using NUnit in this project or setting it up, just because I think unit test coverage is actually kind of important. There's actually we have utility for here, especially since there's like some complicated stuff that actually kind of warrants making sure that nothing breaks it. Audio initialize, sign cost table initialize. Hey, these have the same character size. That's kind of cool actually, or column size, column count. Yeah. Okay, so we moved stuff around. Where do we go from there? Thing telling you how to create your own create a new article. Okay. Yeah, all good, Joe. Yeah, thanks, man. I'm just starting to learn. Any advice? You just gotta do it, man. There's yeah, that's all. Like you can't. VinMotion's one of those things where it's like you're gonna learn a bunch of different tricks and stuff, but it's just a matter of keep using it, and you're gonna get into that flow. I have a short in this channel that talks about some useful commands, but yeah, you just gotta ride it out, man. Once you get past that hump, it's like fantastic. Life is good. we're happy. Entity creation. Create entity. Just coin pickup. Health. And this is where things start breaking to more specific things. So we have like the construction of, or initialization of this thing, and then initialization of, I should include the coordinate, honestly. It might help with debugging purposes when I see some weird stuff that isn't quite right. That actually might be helpful. I should prepend their position there. Just a general thing. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, sure thing, man. I mean, it's not the best. It's not really the great advice, but it's just kind of what it is. But I am excited that you're going through your VinMotions journey, and I can't wait to see. I can't wait for you to experience the joy that is like super fluid motion. Nothing quite comes like that. What's going Cool X5? How you doing today? Alright. More cleanup. This is better. I feel like a lot of this entity stuff should be moved out though. So the game board can just be what it is. That's a whole weird thing there too. Get current player entity. What? Oh, it's for getting the current. Yeah, it's for getting the current entity the player's hovering over in a world. Useful, not needed right now though. I'd be more inclined to move this into like entity utilities. Is this why is this player position illegal here now? I'm kind of curious about that. Is that like a field I have somewhere here? I don't think it is. It is. We cache the player's transform. But that's actually fine then, because then it's easy to fix here. It just makes it a little bit more verbose, but we can live with verbose. Yeah, we can live with a little bit of verbosity. This we cannot live without, though. We need to actually have a reference to model. And model's what? I'm pretty sure it's just an entity buffer array. Yeah, so we can just do this with it and it's fine. At player position. Not really the most relevant thing, but whatever. I'd rather keep it than not have it. This is the more important thing. Or actually, creates the object representation of an entity. That's all it is to it. Entity. This is kind of redundant, honestly. They're kind of self-explanatory. Created poolable object. Not created, but like initialized, let's say. Or returns game object representing entity. Like, this is redundant. Like, the signature itself indicates the stuff. The only thing that's really worth having here is the argument, the exceptions that may happen from an entity not having, either from an entity not being implemented, or if not. Actually, even that's like not relevant. That's like not even a big deal. In this specific instance, like, yeah, we were doing this, but it's much more like a not implemented exception rather than a argument out of range exception. It can only happen here, but even then, I think, I don't know. Whatever, we'll leave it like that for now. I would cry. You get better at it. Vim and i3 just lets you make the most out of the small space you have. It's great. Part pickup. We're not doing a part pickup. We're going to do a break pickup. But it's going to be that. Cool, and then I'm going to use the same stuff we did here, where it's like assign entity and then basically just this. We also set the name as well, and that's like applicable to everything here. Honestly, like, these three cases are basically the same. To the point where I just feel obliged, or I feel inclined to just collapse them together. You feel me? Like, you guys are going to be doing the same thing. And it's going to, like, it's going to change regardless of whatever we're doing here. It's going to adapt to whatever we're providing, because we're just giving it entity type and entity position, and it's going to know what to do. So the pickups are this nice thing where it just kind of can adapt to whatever is needed of it. So these are fine. Par pickup, I don't know what we're going to do with you. I might even just get rid of it, because there's no real relevance or need for part pickup. Now, the things where things get odd are the lasers. These hazardous enemies or obstacles, and then gunship. And we need to think about a few things, because we need to think about how we're going to implement these how we're going to implement these objects, these obstacles. Let me open up Krita real quick. Just think through this. What's going on here? Yeah, it's Unity Engine. Coolixfy. You're working in Unity. Just to listen to the clacking keyboard. I bet so, man. And that, yeah. Balloons get me every time. Well, balloons are great, though. Clawbot, no opinion. Got no opinion. I don't even know about it. Know nothing about it. I was working here, I believe. And then I think I need a... Let's see if I remember the command. At this point, I've been doing it enough. There's x set Wacom set 13 head 0. Okay, I tried. I think it's head 0. It's just a keyword. It's like display to port to display. We're gonna have to do this. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, x at Wacom, map to output head 0. Map to output head 0. Okay, now I should actually have access to my drawing utensil. There's my drawing utensil. Let's not spill my chips into the guitar that we just got. I like to keep my new guitar nice and clean. Alright, I'm off shift for now. Gotta get my rest. You get rest, man. Take care, dude. And thanks for modding and hanging out, man. I always appreciate it. You get your rest, man. Yeah, Godot's alright. It's a good engine. I think it has a lot of promise and it's good. It's just not the one for me. But I think there's a lot of cool stuff in Godot. When I tried it, it's pretty nice. Okay, so we're talking about the different types of hazards for this game. So one idea for a hazard was having like these pair of like nodes that'd be shooting electricity out. And these would be like a hazard that you can't cross. Like if the player were to hit it, they'd be hurt. And there'd be different configurations for them, right? There might be ones that are just kind of static. They just exist to hang out there. There might be ones that oscillate, where they go backwards and forwards to a certain point. And maybe others that rotate or orbit, or they just go around like this, so. So, as far as that is concerned, we have to make like this new pickup, this new object. And in fact, we should make a thing for entities here because I don't think we have. I think we have like a thing for props, but it's not really as organized as I would like it to be. So I think we're gonna make a formal thing here to be like entities, and then we can have a folder for each one. Like for example, there might be one for the lasers we discussed. Lasers. And then we can have our class there for what this is. So cool. And we have to use that here. So let's implement that real quick. Is it just laser.cs or lasers.cs? Or do I have to wait for things to compile first before I have access and permission to it? Here we go. And this is going to extend poolable object, I'm assuming. This is the one we want to use. Not bullet poolable. No, only just have poolable object. Oh my freaking goodness. Cool. The gunship might be much more easier to implement than this, but we're not cowards here. We're not cowards. We're big boys. We do big boy things. And honestly, I kind of like the function I had where we assigned an entity to the objects so they can have some information about who they are and then where they exist in the world, and they can do specific queries in that model state, which might be helpful. And this is going to have two game objects as well. One for the end cap, or 3 game objects actually. So one for the start, one for the end, and then one for the laser. Gosh, placing this is going to be such a weird thing to do. Now that I think about it, like everything about this is going to be weird because it's like 2 game objects really, or 3 of them. Yeah, I think we're going to just make these serialized fields though. I think we're going to make these from project resources as opposed to using the resources instead of constructing. Use a static construction lambda function for it. I think that's just what we're gonna have to do. So you have to find a way to figure out where we're gonna position these objects and then what type of behavior it's gonna be. So like it might even have like a laser behavior. Or actually kind of redundant because like it's already nested within laser. It's gonna be laser.e behavior. And we had the static option. We have the what else do we have? We have static, we have oscillate, and then we also have orbit. And these are gonna be the 3 different behaviors that can emerge. They're gonna be random, honestly. And we're going to do this on an update as well. Cool. Update. There we go. Static's not gonna do nothing. Oscillate's gonna move up and down. That's an easy, straightforward thing. And then we have orbit. That's gonna be more complicated, but that's whatever. And this inherent. Yeah, you implement iPausable as well. And you have a default implementation of it, I believe. So I just need to do overrides on that to make it do what I wish for it to do. Okay, this stupid watch. My niece has got these little watches, and they're cute and everything, but they set an alarm on it by accident, and I don't know how to disable it. They don't know how to disable it. No one knows how to disable it. So I'm kind of stuck with this alarm that periodically just beeps without control, and we just kind of have to bear through it until it finishes. It's it is what it is. This is my burden. And now, stop. I might even just throw it outside at this point. Brother. When I go to find you, you turn off. Alright. We're back. How's the game going? It's going, Joseph. It's going. I'm doing more of the actual game content stuff now, like obstacles and things of that nature. Which is important. It's important. And it's kind of nice that we're getting to a more mature place with it. We're actually getting close to an actual production. I would never have imagined. Is it a public function? First of all, you implement iPausable. Yeah, the time dilation stuff. You have this virtual method for pause and resume. Okay, you know what? Actually, we don't have to do anything here because we have is pause and is resume. Okay, cool. So we can do stuff here. Like we can just do if paused, return, and all that fun jazz. End of line. Yeah, let's see what happens, man. For the game in the month. Yeah, this game in the month. We're day 27. Wrong, day 27. And yeah, it's coming. It's coming. We're probably gonna have to do a day in a month, plus 1 day, and then plus 2 days, and then plus 3 days. I don't know. We're gonna see where it goes, man. Here's what do you do? I'm just a software developer. I've been letting my 1-year-old play my Ibanez Todd 10N. What's an Ibanez? I know what an Ibanez guitar is, or at least the brand. But what's a? 1 second. Let me see what kind of guitar this is. I got a new guitar recently, and I'm like very like, no, my nieces are not. You're not gonna touch it. You can touch other guitars, not this one. Nice. Okay, so these are like these it's like the nylon ones, right? The nylon these always kind of strike me as odd. Not like it's very weird for me. It's like a nylon guitar, but it's like semi-acoustic. But then like it always seems like the body is styled like an electric. Let's look at this one. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it looks pretty though. It's just Firefox. I'm just using classic old Firefox, and I'm using Kagi for my search engine. It's actually a good search engine. I like it. The guitar's from Canadaland. Yeah, this guitar's from Canadaland. I have guitars from everywhere, from China, from Taiwan, from China as well, from Mexico, and then from Canadaland. None from America though. None from the U.S. Nah. It's funny, they call them American, like the Strats for Fender, they called American made. But it's like, wait, Canada's America, and Mexico is America. So like technically, this is an American made. Technically, my Jazzmaster, that's a Mexican made one, is actually no, I don't think it's American. I think it might be like Taiwan as well. I don't know. But that one, if it was Mexican made, is an American made. B-flat. I'm using Rider. It's a good one. Alright, so we have this. We have these differing behaviors are going to happen. Static's going to do nothing, so you can actually just return if we wanted to. Oscillate, you're going to be doing something. Orbit, you're going to be doing something. So I guess we're going to do like a thing where we decide, okay, like how are we going to decide what to do these, like what behavior these oscillators should do. So let's refresh ourselves. The map is essentially like it's like an ant's nest where you have like paths that are kind of carving out like this. It's like a zoomed in version of a map. And these are like the places where there's hazards where you just can't go to without dying. So you only have this route, this path here. You know, looking at it like this, I kind of want to make a game where it's a procedurally generated, like we use the same algorithm as this, but use it for like a top-down, like dungeon type game or something. I don't know. Anyways, so we have to make decisions about where to place objects, because like, for example, in this scenario, it would suck to place a hazard there that's static, because then the player can't go there. And if this was only one path, then we're saying, hey, sucks to suck, dude. You're gonna get hit, and life is unfair. There is the benefit that we know how big these things are, so we can always ensure that we make this always at most half the size of the radius for the paths, so that even if the worst case scenario it's generated here, there should still be a place for the player to go there. The issue though is that we also have to worry about other objects. So what if we place another one here just coincidentally? So we're back in the same scenario. Honestly, I almost feel inclined to not even do static. I almost feel inclined to be like, hey, the lasers are always going to be rotating ones. Because even in the worst case scenario where it's blocked, at least it's going to rotate. So you can time it correctly. And even if there's a few together, you're still probably going to have a timing where you can like get through it, right? So I almost feel inclined to just make them all rotating lasers as opposed to some static and some oscillating. The other idea is oscillating ones where they go from here to here, so they move together. So maybe it's going to be here one frame, or 1 second, and then the other second's going to be over here. That also solves the issue. The only thing is that I don't know, it just feels kind of weird. So maybe we start with the oscillating one and then go from there, because I think for sure I like that idea. American in America. I only have 3 guitars, I think. Next, I gotta expand the uke collection. Ooh, a uke player. I never played a uke. It seems actually, it's very funny because people think uke is like the easiest thing ever. I can't. Like, I can play guitar. I love playing guitar. I love playing bass. Uke? Uke? Uke is such a strange thing for me. Like, I get that the guitar, it's like, I get the ukulele is like the top 4 strings, except I think the top tier or bottom tier are tuned up an octave or something. I don't know, but it's like the bottom 4 strings starting at the 5th fret. I get the idea, but like, I don't know. I can't. There's people who can make the most out of it. I can't. Syndicate. I see side face. I didn't realize it was such an auspicious day. Yeah, what's going on, Syndicate? How you doing today? How we doing? But yeah, it is a thing. I think we're just gonna do the orbit. I think we're not even I'm not gonna even give him the option. Just orbit. No, oh my goodness, no, I can't do that. Why did I make this a game this way? Because I just realized. Oh my freaking goodness. That it's not as simple as just making it rotate around a point. Because keep in mind, we're on a cylinder. A stupid cylinder. This is the dumbest idea I ever came up with, is having this game take place on a cylinder. I have no idea why. So you can't just do rotating here and then here, because it's going to go off the grid. We can't have that. So we're going to have to have it like snap to the surface of this sphere at every single point. It's fantastic. It's, oh my goodness. Jeez, Jiminy Crickets. Okay. This is fine. I am fine. How do I want to go about this? Why did I make my life so much more harder with this game by making it take place on a cylinder? Seriously, the pride before the fall, dude. That's honestly. And things, we can't escape it, because every single thing we're going to do is going to involve movement across the surface of the cylinder. We have to account for this. So what do? We can do sinusoidal functions to oscillate around X, and then we can do the same thing but with angle, and then use that for rotation, the quaternion rotation. If it was easy, anyone would do it. Yeah, it's true. I'm just finding it that maybe this was so much more work than I was expecting. And maybe I was just being a little too cocky, thinking this game would be way too easy. Like, okay, for context, this is the game I'm remaking. Here we go. Just, I know we've shown it before, but we're just gonna go through it because I think it's nice to compare. This is the game we're remaking.
Fight and flight.
Let me turn it off real quick. Yeah, you know, it's you know, three lane. Objects can only spawn within those 3 lanes. You have only 3 potential hazards in this game. Look how simple it is. And I was like, yeah, no. We're gonna no more 3 lanes. You're gonna have free motion, and not only that, not only are you gonna have free motion, but we're also gonna have like this crazy path generation thing. And not only are we gonna have this crazy path generation, but yeah, this is no longer a 2D game. It's gonna be wrapped around a 3D cylinder, so that you can keep going upwards vertically forever, and horizontally forever. Or horizontally, you can always go forever, but yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's easy. We can do that within 3 weeks, right? 3 weeks easy, right, guys? It's so simple, so simple, so simple. Look at this. Easy. Oh my goodness, what happened? Things have gone wrong. What was null? Chunk preset was null? What? Wait, what? What has happened here? This is a completely different... This is an error that's like... I know it's probably related to the cleanup changes we've done, but... Okay. That is... fresh, new, and... slightly concerning. What happened to you? Oh, we moved this and it regenerated stuff. Okay, that's an easy fix. That's an easy fix. That's an easy fix. It's because we moved stuff around because we were cleaning up. We're doing some spring cleaning. Oh, don't tell me. Oh my goodness, really? Oh, I broke my scriptable object. Okay, 1 second. I did some cleaning up without thinking critically about it. Yeah, that's not the one. Yeah, it's not the one. We chose the wrong... This is the wrong script. This is supposed to be a chunk preset. I don't know why you chose that one. Okay. Can we go back to being happy again? I guess not. Okay, but we can salvage this. This is salvageable at least. Yeah, never clean up your code, guys. Biggest mistake you can make. Also, other mistake, make sure to name your elements inclusively with 0 so that it matches the element IDs, because that can be confusing. Just a little bit confusing. But I think I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Yep, we're good there. Okay, let's try this again. It's an FNF on Newgrounds. Yeah, it's terrible, dude. I'm gonna change the name of the game, dude. Alright, here we go. And the generation is broken. Oh, wow, the culling's broken. Oh, brother, we've broken things. I mean, it's not every day you get to see the game without any hazards, but... yeah, we've broken things. Like, critically. What's happened with the culling? I just moved objects around. Why is the culling broken? Let's see here. Oh, okay, I know why. Because this is failing. Because I forgot. I started adding these, and I forgot I haven't actually implemented them yet. So we will deal with those later. I'm hoping that's the case. Otherwise, we're in for a bad time. In for a bad time. I tell you what. I tell you what. The ice cream doid. What's doid? If it's not worth doing, huzzah. No references for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yeah, that's what we're just eating today. Just the most jank of design decisions. Come on, brother. Work with me, man. She's like, it's the culling is like almost working, but also not. Like it's breaking at certain regions. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm dereferencing it before I assign it. Duh. Okay, we should be able to bring these back. Okay, maybe it's actually not a big deal. Maybe it's actually very simple. Maybe I'm just being premature. Oh no, my steak is too juicy. My lobster's too buttery. My ice cream is too cold. What's going on? I missed him flashing us his real name. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Also, thank you, Chimera X. I appreciate it. Yeah, okay, we're still having issues. We're still having issues. It's not, the things are not. Okay, a little bit of issues still. A little bit of issues. But we're getting through it. We're getting through it. And it's happening here as... What? It's happening at 6.9. How? Because we're able to call a function on this instance, and that doesn't cause issues. So how is assigning this value to pickup? Like, you can assign this null, and it's not going to cause issues. It's only going to cause issues when you do, like, dereferences from it. But we are not doing that. So tell me, how, Elmo, how? Like, are we passing in, is this null maybe? Like, are we passing it before we assign object pool module? I mean, let's check. When did we assign object pool module? It's an update model, so we should for sure have it already assigned by this point. Never mind, I'm not crazy. I am not crazy. Object pool module, yeah. Okay, let's just go through this again. I made some minor code changes. It shouldn't have impacted anything, but you know what? You never know. Let me get the new stack traces and go from there. True story, no. There are 4 lights. What do you mean 4 lights? 4 lights. Huh? Yep, it's a real one, Alchemist. This is a real deal. Physical. TNG reference. I'm not sure what TNG is, which I guess is invalidating me. I'm disqualified from getting it. Okay, where's the exception? Oh, we have coins. Okay, I guess we fixed it without realizing it. I just needed to import assets. Yay! So yeah, very different vibe as far as mechanics are going. So yeah, maybe we're a little too ambitious with this game. Maybe a little too. Gosh, the little, like, just all the little details we're adding is just adding up. It's starting to make this feel more and more and more polished. And I am so excited, dude. We're gonna get some 3D models for those soon. I'll eventually deal with the mapping for the planar stuff. I need to get rid of the input debug UI stuff and instead have we're instead gonna have a thing for what are we gonna have? We're gonna have a thing for actual UI. Like okay, this is the issue we need to address as well. There's like a limit, and I need to think. Okay, but this is working though, so let's save our project first before I commit. I'm gonna commit these changes. Save, and then save project, and then let's just commit everything we have. Restructuring. Nice. Okay. Let's also just. Oh, we're in the. Okay, yeah. And added matrix. Okay. Git push origin. Perfecto. Okay, so we're good on that front. Why'd you put your name in F and F? Because I was a different time. I was a youngin'. I didn't think much about my life, man. I didn't think, not about much of my life, but I don't think there was that much, I was naive, let's say. So as much as I wish to, and I can't really hide your name, but, best you can do is just, limit it, but it's not a big deal, to be honest. I think there's a talk I watched a long time ago about these game devs who they had a whole thing at GDC about, hey, stop using a publishing company and just use your names. And I'm like, all right, I guess let's do that. I want to be my own brand, and then I don't know. That's what happened. It's alright. Maybe one day I'll like take it down or hide that stuff, but it's not a big deal for right now. What's going on, Relic? So let's see here. In the bottom left, which watermark? Bottom left. I don't know. So let me look at that thing though. There's an issue somewhere at either the ceiling or the base where we get this line of just of objects of hazards. And I'm trying to figure out what's the deal with that. If it's something that's wrong at the in fact, let me look at the level generation stuff first. Level generator. We have this here. It's coin pickup, it's blue. If it's hazards, it's red. And then free if it's white. And then otherwise. Oh. I want to initialize this with it. Oh, we set pixels to. So that's the if conditional. And continue. Otherwise, this is the default color we're using, but we're not going to use red. I want to use another color to kind of clearly indicate, hey, this is the unmarked stuff. This is like the let's use gray. That works for me. So I want to see if we're actually generating, if the issue is at the level generation level. If the issue is at the level generation stage, or if it's at the model inclusion stage. So let me use our handy. Isn't this cool? The fact we could just do that now, like that just feels so freaking cool, dude. And yeah, it might be actually just due to the model generation. Like I think there might be, we have to include, it's either an issue with wrap or it's an issue with the range in which we're iterating through, because there's a wall right here of just hazards and we don't want that. Look how humongous this level is, dude. This is like level gen algorithm, just so freaking cool, dude. It's so freaking cool, man. But yeah, so I think it's just an issue with this, and it seems to be an upper bound thing, not a lower bound thing. So I think we fill the buffer as hazards, but then we're failing to iterate through this upper range when we walk through it. So that might be as simple as just adding it equal as, not just less than. I think it might be as simple as that, honestly. And I'm pretty sure that should be just that. Debug diag, yeah, no. Path gen. Okay, we have our width and height defined here. That's cool. And then we are iterating from 0 less than width. And we do that here too. Okay, that's fine. And then what else? What about height? Min index, max index is min index plus height minus 1. Curious. And again, we do math wrap height minus 1. I'm just curious. Let's just see what happens here. See what happens if I just do this.
for a bit looks really intriguing. Sure, I could put it up back. Vintage Pokemon graphics. I can pull it back up. We're gonna be looking at it for a little bit and right now, as I debug. With a bit of Kagi, you can do anything. Kagi's beautiful, man. Rhetorical question, but I like to type the way I think. It's all good, man. I appreciate you, Syndicate. Spring boot? No, never done no spring boot. I don't even, honestly, if I'm gonna be real with you, man, I don't even know what it is. And I've heard it used enough in conversations where I feel like I should have Googled it at some point, but I haven't. So, yeah, I don't know what it is. And we still have the issue here. So we're still having issue. But I'm going to remove these y minus 1s, or height minus 1s, and see if that might fix things. Yeah, this is like humongous for the player. Like, the player does not need all this map to go through. If I'm going to be real with you, man, like, this feels almost like too much. Okay, what is this? You have little holes that are merging. Okay. So let me just keep going down the path of just removing height minus 1 and just see what kind of terrible, awful, bad things happen to us. Review math, utilities, math, height, okay. Maybe you've got to do some height plus ones, not just minus ones. Maybe we got to go the opposite direction. We got to add 1 to height. I'm so conditioned to height minus 1 or length minus 1 for any array iterations, but it's like all right, let's see what we got going on here. Hey, we did it, guys! Yes, let's freaking go. So yeah, it was something simple. It was a off by 1 error. But now that means that theoretically I should be able to go through the remainder of the game. And let's pause. And I should be able to go to the top and wrap around the entire cylinder. Like, that should be possible. If we keep going upwards, we're going to reach a point eventually where we can actually go across the barrier, across the line, through the singularity. Okay, maybe not there. Maybe that's not where the singularity is. I almost feel tempted like making a map, but I want to keep this whole thing of the player has to just keep going forward, as opposed to okay, maybe this is promising. Man, the map generation algo we have makes it seem like it's much more wider than it is. Or maybe I'm just like hugging the walls and that's just going to produce the feeling that you're always up against something. Hey, here we go though. We can do it though. Look at that. We're on the other side of the sphere, dude, or the cylinder. Let's freaking go. So now the world is actually fully connected. We can actually traverse it all. Nice. Oh, dude, I'm actually so happy. We've gotten a lot done today. I'm just super happy, dude. What a fantastic day. There's still some bugs we need to fix, but dude, this game is getting closer and closer to an actual experience. Not there yet, but it's getting there. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Life is good right now. Let's commit what we have right now before we forget.
fixed the wall, or I guess removed the wall. Dude, I am so happy, dude. Man, this is coming. I love the code base. It's like the crust is starting to come off of it. Like we just implemented all this stuff, and I'm not gonna lie, I was a little shaky. So I was like, I'm not sure. Maybe we designed this, overcomplicated it, man. Maybe we over-engineered it, and I didn't unit test stuff. So like, there's a lot of uncertainty about the underlying components. Maybe things are just gonna break under load. And then I got it sort of working, but then there's some weird little jank stuff here. And I was like, maybe this is bad. But we're like having this moment of like, no, the crust is coming off, and the underlying implementation. Oh, 1 sec. The underlying implementation is actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good. It's just a matter of catching and dealing with like little idiosyncrasies and edge cases, but that's like we do that, man. That's what we do. That's the job, man. That's what we live for. Let me catch up in chat real quick, dude. Did you joke? Nah, man, I'm not joking about the Spring Boot thing. It's not relevant to your program. Probably not. Finally, someone who enjoys coding instead of copying and pasting code he doesn't understand. Yeah, that's the coding is. I enjoy coding. Coding is fun, and I like getting better at the craft. I got you, boo. Spring Boot is an open source Java framework used for programming standalone production grade Spring based applications. Okay, so Spring Boot's for standalone applications. Okay, it's like a framework. Good to know. It is a framework. We have knowledge now. Thanks, Oak here. I'm glad you saw it a while ago, though. Yeah, it's coming together. It's coming together, man. You know, despite all the cool stuff we did, the thing I'm most jazzed about is that pause. We haven't even done the polish yet. But just the dot matrix effect. It's just so freaking cool to me, man. Like, this is... It just feels... I mean, we still have to do way more stuff to it. But it's just like the little things like this. It just goes so crazy. Oh yeah, let's actually turn on the music, don't we? Let's go, dude. Oh man, it started to feel like an actual game. I mean, I've been saying that, but like, it feels even more and more like that every single day. You have to like trim the time down a bit more. But this is and then you can finally go. Oh no, I can't go down that way. All right, we need to make some assets here for the health pickups. We need actual pickups through this, and then we have to have. I was gonna do the VFD display for the health thing, but maybe I should just make the call on it now. All right. I'm sufficiently very happy. I'm very happy right now, dude. Sufficiently very happy. Where's Aseprite? I don't want to do assets right now, but at the same time, I actually just want to get some other pickups added to this already. And I think now might be the good time to just do that. It's minimal work. It just needs assets, and then boom, we have this thing in the game. Level. Gameplay. Props. Yeah, I'm gonna use a coin as a reference. So I think the health boost thing is gonna be equivalent to that. Yeah, we're gonna make a spray acid with this. Yeah, thank you, Zero. I forgot that the find music is actually good. Oh, the FNF, yeah. We have to do some more. So there's some more tracks that would work for this, but it's like a very different feeling. I have a library of music that's unreleased, and I think there's some that would actually fit very well for this. Like let me see if I can find it real quick. 1 second. Let me get it. Oh, we have some people need people in the Discord as well. Acker Locks, glad to have you. X, the Roman numeral, glad to have you here, guys. Let's see here. It was in the old company I made a long time ago. 1 second, guys. Give me a second. But it has the same perfect vibe for this. It was back in the Trixelbit arcade days. Back when that was a thing. Here we go. Let me scroll up real quick. Yeah, that's a bunch of audio from Cookin' Daddy. One second, guys. I know it's here. Design Talk Progress. Maybe it's in there. A bunch of videos from Dot Dungeon that might use for reference or something. Actually, no. I'm gonna remake Dot Dungeon from the ground up. Okay, 1 second. It's almost here. I can feel it. If not, I have it on my phone. Yeah, here we go. So here's a song that might be for FNF as well, or for Fight and Flight. Okay, let's go to Ranger. So downloads. It's called Stage 1. I just call it Stage 1, but it's also... There's a few other songs, but I have to go looking for them. And here we go. Oh, that's loud. Alright, I moved it down a little bit, guys. But yeah, this is another Once Her song. Like, this does not fit the game. More like a 2000s type thing instead of like a 90s thing, but... Like, I think it'll be nice having an alternate track for this. Less upbeat, more chill. Anyways, we'll see. Alright, 1 second. Where is it? Okay, cool, it's done. You get the idea. You get the idea. I think we're gonna do the outrun thing where you can select music at the very start and it's gonna be the music that plays for the entire run. And then maybe if you get to new stages, you can unlock new tracks from them. I really want to do a winter stage, but yeah, you get the idea. You gotta make it randomly, a really random one with like a 1 in 100 chance of playing. Well, who knows, man? I'm just interested in your works, by the way. Archalox is a good name, right? Archalox. That's a tight name, dude. It's a pretty sick name. But yeah, no, I'm planning to have more stages. I think like if you get, the further you get in the game, here's the thing, right? Because like the tricky part is that unlike the other game, the first game was like a death march where it was just getting faster and faster. This one is a bit trickier because the way it is right now, you're fully in control and it doesn't speed up unless you speed up. Excuse you. What is going on here? So, like if I go to the player right now, I can change it to be like they're always going forward. If I can find it real quick. It's like a commented outline thing. There's machine. Yeah, physics update right here. Yeah, so like if you change this back to like 3 or like 5 or something, we can keep upping it too. But yeah, it's like if the goal of the game is like to survive as long as you can, then we have to have something that's kind of continuously pushing the difficulty. If it's not the player's movement, if you still want to give the player full ability to move, then the factor that limits playtime has to be like some external, like a wall approaching you or something. From CLI, I have a there's a thing you can use for that makes it pretty handy. It's a general CLI thing, but then it gets integrated with Ranger, so you can play it through Ranger. But right now, I'm like, the player's forced to go forward. That's not a big deal, but we can make it a bigger speed where it's like, maybe it starts off where you have way more control over the player, but then as time goes on, you get less and less of that control. And then, and that could be the thing that limits, that makes your playtime more limited, and also forces you to like experiment with other builds for your engine and stuff. Yeah, we're using VinMotions. But yeah, like we can do stuff like that, where the minimum just kind of keeps scaling up with time. It's either that or we have some kind of hazard behind you that's kind of following you, and if you lag behind too much, it's just gonna get you. I don't know. Yeah, as far as the CLI music thing, let me go to my bash file real quick. I'm pretty sure I have a thing here called music. Yeah, CMOose, that's what I use. I use CMOose. It's a CLI music player. Pretty good. I like it a lot. And it works, I can set it up with Ranger pretty easily, so I can just go to other files and just play it. There's also like a, Let me do this. Yeah, so here's the actual CMOS standalone application. And you can select different things. Okay, if I can actually, here we go. You can go to file navigation, and you can find whatever you want to listen to. So in this case, the stage 1 was the thing we were listening at before. Yes. There we go. Sorry if that was super loud. I wasn't trying to. It was, I forgot you can't. I forgot how to change the volume. Anyways, whatever. You get the idea. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot to consider with this. I'm still thinking through how we're gonna go about this. Draco, I do music production sometimes. I have a day job doing software development or engineering. I don't know. I sleep, play games. Rarely play games, but sometimes I do. I play some racing games. So, what we're doing? Yeah, we're doing this because I want to actually have some health pickups. I don't know why this is being so laggy. Maybe we just stick to coding tasks. It's either we do the pickups or we start working on. You know what? I could work on the custom editor for the array. Yeah, I think I might do that. Oh, we're implementing lasers, that's right. Oh, and we have that headache of like, we have to have the orbiting thing be snapped to the surface of the cylinder. Yeah, that's a thing. Well, here's the thing. Like, I can think what essentially we're gonna do. I think this is how the cookie's gonna crumble. We're gonna go to a laser. We're not gonna even do the different behavior. I think maybe for debugging purposes, I might try doing it at some point. But I think by default, we're just gonna make it do the orbiting thing. And what we're gonna do is have a float for, I don't know, current angle, let's say. And we're gonna have some kind of speed set, maybe have it be a random thing. And all we're gonna be doing is have angle plus equals current angle. Kind of sounds like Kurt Angle. Rotation speed. And it's going to be equal to like some kind of, I don't know, 30 degrees per second maybe, something like that. Maybe we'll do a random range thing eventually, but we'll just do this. Plus, rotation speed times time dot delta time. And of course, all of this is going to be mod 360. And then what we're going to do is that we're probably going to manipulate stuff in object space. I'm thinking it's either, this is such a weird thing. We have to like project. We don't have to. I'm trying to do a math, like an analytical model for doing this. The other like option that's probably simpler and is kind of, but it feels kind of glue sniffy, but it might be the way we go, is just have a shell that's the correct radius, and then we do a ray cast down onto it. So we still have like the object rotate normally as you'd expect it to. We just have to make sure it's like normal to the surface. But we can have the object rotate, and then wherever that part is going to raycast down. And then wherever that hits is where we're going to place the object.
It's probably the simplest way to go about it. I think I just want to be cool
and do a mathematical, like an analytical expression of this. But I think if I do the analytical expression, it's just because I think it's cooler and more elegant. But the simplest thing is probably just raycasting down and just having a surface, a raycast surface for everything. I think it's probably going to be the easiest thing to just do like that. That's probably what's gonna happen, honestly, the more I think about it. Let me catch up real quick though. What's going on here? The peaceful protester. What's wild? It's crazy to see this and how it results in pretty much everything I see in software. Yeah. Yes, you can get internet in S-Cabin. What's going on here? I'm glad you think you find it interesting. Into the mountains and woods and still have internet. Yeah, that's my dream, honestly, man. It's weird. I want to be like away from society. At the same time, I still want to be connected to it. It's kind of weird, actually. Huh. Because I think that the most important thing is actual real relationships with people in real life. And I think most of the things we find negative is online, and yet there is that desire to be isolated yet still connected. It's a very odd, perplexing thing. Yeah, this is the game. This is the game we're doing. It's Fight and Flight. I'm gonna change the name. F&F is taken. I can't use it. That abbreviation's not gonna work, so I need to find another name. But yeah, you get the idea. I need to fix that issue with the pause button overlapping this. That's kind of a problem. But yeah, yeah, because we have this rotation. We're gonna have this position, this object be normal to the surface. If we use place, or is it entity creation? We have this, we can do that. We have this function, place object on board. And given the object and its vector 2 coordinate within the model, we are able to calculate get position from board, given coordinate x and y, and a radius. Wait a second. Wait. Object transform position. We squash. This is for the rotation. Okay, this is the look rotation. We have the forward, which is defined by the squashing the x-axis and then normalizing it. Okay, yes, this makes sense. It's the vector pointing out from the center of origin. And then up is going to be the cross product of that plus right. Yes, and that's going to produce the rotation we need for orientation. Got you. In which case,
This places an object based on its the coordinate, but we can also yoink this just for rotation. It's not placing either, it's orienting object because we're manipulating rotation and position or translation. So it's like it's multiple things. Anyways, so we have this laser though. We have this laser. No, so we have this is gonna be the pivot point. But yeah, we can assume it's oriented the way I want it to be oriented, which is good. Which means that I can just do transform.local rotation equals and then quaternion Euler. It's gonna be 0, 0, and then we're gonna use current angle for the y because we're rotating it across the y like this. That's the assumption here. There might be some weird oddities here, but we're just not going to worry about it right now. We're not going to worry about it. I should probably use math wrap range, but we're not going to worry about it. That's a future problem for future me. And maybe this might, if we have negative values, then this might be a problem, but why is this saying this doesn't matter? It clearly matters. Okay, whatever. I think it's saying that because it could be a compound assignment. Oh, you can have module equals? I didn't know you can do that. I know you can plus equals, divide equals, multiply equals. I didn't know you can modulo equal. That's cool to know. I feel fancy. So we rotate. That is cool. Now we have this object end that we have to worry about. We have to place it a certain radius away, and then the laser has to be placed in the midpoint of it but stretched to occupy the full size of it. So that's another fun thing we need to worry about. And then placement. Well, we know the radius, actually. So this is actually not that crazy. Actually, this is not as hard or crazy as I would have thought in actuality. Because then we can have end.transform dot position is going to equal to, and then what do we have here? Here we have radius that exists somewhere. What radius are we using? What radius value is passed in here? Okay, so you're assigned here. And you know what? I'm gonna make this bad boy a static one. We're just gonna make it a static field. Because I don't care at this point. I need this data. I'm tired of figuring out how to pipe it around. Screw it. We're just gonna make it static. And I'm just gonna access it when I need it to. And it's gonna be fine. Game board manager. We're gonna do, this is gonna be equal to position squashed okay, we need float original x. It's going to equal to this guy dot x. Okay, cool. And then we're going to do u are equal to squash x normalized the property times game board manager radius. Beautiful.
beautiful, lovely even. And cool. And then what we do is that we take the whole helping we just did there, overwrite X with original X. And voila, it's just that simple, guys. It's just that simple, y'all. What's so crazy about this? What's so crazy about what we just did here? Nothing. And that should align it to the surface that we want. And it should generally be fine. I'm thinking. I believe this show. In my brain right now at 2 a.m., I think this is actually going to work correctly. We get rid of the X component so there's no bias from that. We normalize it, normalize the YZ value ranges. I'm not sure how long this has been gone. And then we overwrite the X with the original values so that it's no longer, we still preserve its current position. And this is fine. This is fine. This is good. Life is good. And then from here, rotate end node. This is what we're doing here. And then what we're going to do, here's a cool thing, is we're going to be placing the laser. Laser is less important. It's actually simpler to place because it just needs to be it needs to be in the center between this and start and end. So that's gonna be easy, I think. Dot position. There's a couple ways to do it. I'm just gonna do vector 3 lerp. And then we're gonna do 0.5. So we're halfway. It's placed halfway between them. Next thing is we want to have it oriented facing up, which honestly I think it actually should be. So what we just need a rotation from the, we need to do a look rotation, which is I think what we're gonna do is laser dot rotation. The question is, are we going to do world space or local space? I'm thinking world space. Quick turn. Look, rotation is going to be equal to end dot transform dot position minus start transform dot position. That's going to dictate the forward vector. We need to have an up vector. That is kind of important. The thing is, I think that's actually is going to be pretty simple because we're going to be for sure oriented normal to the surface, so we can just do transform up and use that world space vector and we should be good. I think this is good. I think this is good. Laser. So, okay, I think the two things I was scared about, we actually just did it, and in my brain, this seems perfect, and I can see no way this goes wrong. No way whatsoever. I implemented it perfectly, first time, first try. And now we just gotta do the easy part, which is test it, because it's gonna work the first time, right guys? First time, first try.
Isn't this how child starts? Shout out VS Code. No, I'm not using no Microsoft product. All righter. How's this project looks at the moment? Do you work for? You've been live for 8 hours? No, it's been like 4 hours and 58 minutes, 5 hours almost. I'm gonna go now. You have a good one, Zero. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Thanks for modding and everything, man. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up soon. I'll show you how the project's looking, though. I'll show you how the project's looking right now. If this is actually correct. Something's odd here. Okay, you had too many brackets, as you do. I mean, we can't test this part yet because I actually have to do stuff. I have to make an actual. In fact, you know what? Application. We need to create an object pool for this as well. Probably not a lot, but still something. Laser. Don't need that much. We probably need like, I don't know, 20, 10 if that, honestly. We're not gonna find it though. It doesn't exist. How's your experience using C lately and what you've tried to build with it? I haven't gotten a chance to. Where am I? I really want to go back to working in C. But I need to get this game done and I need to after this is more games I need to get done, dude. I'm still debating if the next game I'm going to do is in an engine or is going to be in my own engine. And even then, if it's in my own engine, it's still going to be like C++, not C. I will say this though, the way I design stuff in C is starting to permeate how I do things even in C# land. I'm organizing and designing stuff around it. And it's been kind of nice actually. I feel like my quality of life is improving doing it that way. Like even just doing structures of arrays type stuff. That's not necessarily a C thing, but I like it. Yeah, my brain's just kind of working with it easier than normal, than just like array of structures. Okay, what are we doing? Now, we can't test this until we actually create the resources in Unity, so we should probably have to go in there and do that. It's not a big deal, but we just gotta do it. Right, I wanted to do a custom editor, didn't I? I'm using Rider with Vimmotions. Let's go to gameplay. Resources, props, entities, lasers. Probably create a resources folder for this. Create a new prefab. Come on. Prefab. Laser. You got the component. And we need to add all the elements to it. So we have to add like the probably just use spheres for right now and then a quad. Or maybe a cylinder, honestly. I don't know. And then Yeah, create 3D object quad. Oh, we have to handle scaling as well. Oh, that's a thing we have to do. Oh my goodness. And I just realized the orientation is not going to be correct because we're using Unity's freaking quad, which is aligning to the Z-axis. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. So you're going to be oriented far differently than I would have expected. Because we're using the Y-axis. So actually, no, Z down is going to be how you're going to be oriented. Because of course, this is where we have to live. This is the life we live. I live like this. Local. So Y is up. So we just have to swap the vectors and then make up be negative. That's not the end of the world. And then we have to scale up on the Y. We can do that. That's fine. That's not crazy. We can do that. We're big boys. Big boys aren't scared of a little tussle like this. Okay, cool. Quad. Forward is Y-axis. Faces, objects. Okay. So we have these things set. Yeah, there's gonna be more we have to implement, honestly. I'm using this one. I'm using Ash. I'm using this one. Let me show it to you. Really? How? Less objects in inheritance, more continuous structures for cache optimization. What's going on? Really? How? Less objects. Yeah, like for cache optimization, that's part of it. I'm just thinking, like, that's the way I think about things now, just in terms of objects being an index and having it be like that. I don't know, it just makes more sense for me having it like that nowadays. Like, I've been thinking about things in that kind of way. I mean, there's problems where it's like actually important to do that too. Like here for this game, we have this whole like culling mechanism because we need to have a representation of the entire state of the board, but we don't want to have. I calculate the entire state of the level up front, right? But we have to continuously query into it to indicate which objects need to be brought from the object pools to life and visible in the screen, and which ones have to be culled and removed from it. So like it's an operation that's happening continuously every single frame and requires iteration through like a block of memory. And literally by making things much more cache aligned or cache coherent, we had like a crazy we went from like 12 milliseconds to like 1 point something milliseconds for the culling logic. Not only from memory, from the cache coherency on that, but like from other mechanisms too. But if I go to the game board, manager, like we have this contiguous. It's more involved in the way I normally do it because like I'm not using a 2D array. I'm actually using just a linear array, but I'm still indexing into it as if it was a 2D array. Which means there's specific math we have to do for that. But not only that, it's not partitioned. We're partitioning into space into this array, where the x coordinate in world space is like the x coordinate here, with some minor transformations, but it's essentially what it is. But then we use theta for the y value. So it's this hybrid coordinate system where like the x coordinate is tied to translation in space, and the y coordinate is actually the theta rotation around the cylinder, and that's how we're able to do like this whole object culling thing every single frame, so we don't have to actually have a ton of game objects in the world. And instead, we only have like the objects that are directly visible in front of you. So it's yeah, it's kind of funny how like the way I'm starting to organize things in C are starting to just kind of work out nicely here. It's also nice because you don't have to worry about like allocation. Because there's the other thing of like just allocating buffers. There's static buffers for things, and like just using that on runtime. Like allocate things that's greater than we actually need. Because oftentimes it's a very small amount of space in general, and it's easier than trying to make things dynamic. So there's been times where I'm like, why try to like just do this dynamically growing thing when we don't really even, it doesn't even matter, when we can just like, when we can just do just a pre-allocation and then just reserve indices from there. Or even the crazier thing, and this is only possible, I think, because we're working with relatively smaller numbers in this other case. We have this thing called a lookup table, and like our lookup table implementation is faster than using dictionary, the C# dictionary implementation. And you wouldn't think it, right? Like you'd think it'd be bad because like, instead of calculating a hash and then directly like accessing it that way, we were just doing a O of n lookup. But the thing is, like, we're working with value ranges that are relatively small, like hundreds of elements, right? And they're all like contiguous in memory. So even though it's the inefficient algorithm, in reality it's actually faster than using a dictionary. And then on top of that, like it lives. I made it a struct purposely so it can live in memory next to everything else. So it's like still it's nearby each other for this intensive operation. So it's like it's cool. It's like even though we're in C#, I could still treat things as if I'm working in C, and I still see a lot of benefits from it. And it's kind of cool actually. And we haven't even gone to the next level of like doing burst compilation and native and doing parallel, like the multi-threaded parallel operations. But it's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool, dude. So yeah, it's cool that you can still use C practices in C# and have it benefit you. Oh yeah, I was gonna go to the FNF application, wasn't I? Because now we actually have this thing defined and we can actually construct it. I still have the data somewhere. It's pretty rad. How to optimize is to look at idtech's last release source code and analyze how they optimize their code. That'll be cool to check out. I really don't read other people's code very much or at all. And it's something I need to get better at. I built a house digitally. Let's go, Melon. Thank you, that one guy. I'm glad you dig the stream, man. How do your brain wrap around this stuff? Just exposure, man. The more you do this, the more you get used to it, and the more your brain just starts thinking in these terms. And this is my own code, so it's easy to navigate it. It's very different than reading someone else's code, and building a mental map of it. Okay, we have the resources thing there. We have... The last thing I need to do is update the table. The table is... Laser's like the last thing there. I should really make a custom editor for level assets. Just so we can have a one-to-one with the array. That's like serialized there. I'm not sure how I want to go about it though, if I'm gonna be real with you. We have entities, we have level assets. Make dir editor. Yeah. Oh, I'm scared. Every time we do custom editors, things go weird. Because you have to interact with Unity's serialization stuff, and I always forget something or do something dumb, and it's just bad. I'm glad your cat's watching, Melon. Alright, let's see here. Level assets. No. Level assets view. There we go. Okay, we do that. And then there's like a public void override. It's like on draw, on inspector. Yeah, GUI, yeah, this one. And there's an attribute you have to use, like I think it's a custom editor, and you have to do type of what? It's type of level assets. Yeah. And we have the base view. The biggest thing we have to do is like is it target? Yeah, I think it's target. And we have to cast it too. So you have the base on inspector GUI. What I need to do is actually hard code the different types of entities we have. There's a way to do it reflectively. I haven't done reflection in a while, and I kind of just don't want to do reflection, if I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I know reflection's there for convenience and make life easy for everyone, but I don't really care. I don't want to do it. I just want to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, the simplest thing I can do is just editor GUI layout, and then or GUI utility, and then text field. Where's it label? Maybe it's not utility. Maybe it's just you. Label field. I forgot what this is. Or is it just GUI layout utility and then no? Text area, there we go. That's what I'm talking about, baby. And then okay. See, I was gonna just list this above the elements, but you know what? Honestly, I think I'd rather just have the actual element names next to it. The fact that this is serialized is gonna be kind of a pain. There's some considerations about it. source dot entity probabilities for, and then label. Okay, maybe I'm getting tired because I'm not spelling. I mean, I don't spell good in general, but I'm kind of struggling a little bit, guys. I'm gonna be real with you. Entity type. We cast it to this, and we cast it to a string from there, because of course we do. We're that jank. And then layout. There's an input thing. It's like a utility, or is it editor utility? There's a time when this was my life. I had to just do a bunch of UI stuff like this in Unity for something I was doing at work. It was like really, really involved. But I've kind of forgotten already. Let's do this. We're just gonna Google, or not Google, Kagi. We're gonna Kagi it. We're gonna Kagi Unity custom editor float input slidable float field custom. Nope, I just want to float field. That's what it's called. Now, who has it? I don't know. I forgot which editor utility out of like the 6 that they have here does the job. This is not what I'm looking for. This is the new thing, I think. That's not what I'm looking. I'm looking for an immediate mode function. Editor GUI layout in field. Editor GUI layout. That's what I'm looking for. That was one of those things. Okay, we have float field. And what do we do? What are your parameters? I completely forgot. I think you return float for sure. Float, yeah, you have current value, which is going to be source, entity table, that. And then we're going to assign it to that as well. So it's going to be source, the editor. Oh my goodness. Entity probabilities. Yeah, I'm getting tired, man. I'm messing up simple things. And then we're doing a label, but maybe we just do this. And then we display an error if you don't have the correct name. Okay, let's see if this works. About nah. I don't do AI, man. What about programmers which using mouse? I mean, I have no opinion about it. I know plenty of programmers who are better than me that use a mouse. This is a me thing. This is what I like to do. But yeah. Okay. Well, this is interesting. This is not quite drawing things in the way I would have expected. So let's reintroduce. What was it? GUI layout label. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we have here. Okay, let's just can I re-import? Where's the scriptable object? Hey, nice! And we can actually see the thing here. Can we actually... I can modify it. Nice. It's not rendering correctly. So that's not great. I don't know why it's not rendering correctly. But hey, I'm not complaining. This is working pretty good, man. So we can have our probabilities actually displaying correctly, and I want to show. I should do an error message if it's not the correct size, but for right now, I think this is perfectly fine. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is. I'm just gonna. We're gonna do an error where if we're gonna have like a constant. Can I have a constant? Or is that outside of scope? No, you're not happy because you're not a function member, are ya? Unexpected token. Yeah, you need to be inside of a class. Okay, I'm gonna have to make like an entity. I'm gonna have to put this somewhere. We're gonna do something with this. Alright, I think it's time for me to rest a little bit and call it a day. We got a lot done though. I'm actually very happy. Let me save the current progress that I do have here first. And I'm gonna catch up and chat real quick before, and then we'll go from there. Okay, pushing our changes. That should be everything. Nice. Actually, let me get the right message. There we go. Alright, 1 second.
And then this should be here. Now let me catch up and check before I get ready to pop off. Thank you, Lucy. I'm glad you dig my voice. Tell me, can I consider myself a programmer? I have just started, and most of the time I modify projects that I find on GitHub. How do you describe me? Is it a good thing or not? I mean, I really don't know, man. I have to see what you're doing. I think I wouldn't be concerned with titles or a label or anything. Just enjoy programming, man. Work in programming, grow at it, get better at it. I think the biggest fun joy of programming is making your own projects. But sometimes you have to modify other stuff to learn. So I'm not going to make any judgments on you on that, man. Honestly, for a long period of my life, even though I've been programming since I was 15, I never would have really called myself a programmer. I only feel comfortable calling myself that after I got my second coding job. So, yeah. Don't worry about labels. Just focus on getting better at your craft. Enjoy it. Enjoy the process. Ask questions, and just keep pursuing what you want to do, man. Cozy cabin indeed. Yep. Hey, what's going on, Spigot? Well, any other questions before I hop off for today, guys? If not, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for today. Thank you for watching and tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed. And as always, God bless. And until next time, stay cozy, y'all. Bye-bye.